Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Lisa Parshall, and I am a fellow here at the Rockefeller Institute of Government. So I want to thank everyone again for joining us at today's annual Local Government Lab, whether you're in person or whether you're on our live stream. Before we begin, I would just like to make a couple of housekeeping notes, if I could, please. The forum, as noted, is being live streamed and will be available on the Institute's YouTube channel and Institute's website for those who are unable to attend. Secondly, out of consideration for everyone's experience, we ask that everyone please silence their cell phones for the duration of the event. For your convenience, there are restrooms located on the first floor. For those needing accommodation, we do have accessible bathrooms located on the third floor. We'd also like you to note our fire exits. In the unlikely event that it becomes necessary, just be sure to process out in a calm and orderly way. If you need anything, our conference manager, Rachel Frashella, is in the back, or you can let any one of our staff know, and we'll be happy to help you. Finally, just to note that we have a designated slot at the end of each panel for questions and answers, so we're going to go through each of the presentations, and please hold your questions until the question and answer period of the panel. Okay, well, thank you. And again, now I'd like to welcome Bob Magna, the president of the Rockefeller Institute of Government.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Rockefeller, and I'm sure we're going to have a great day. I am the president of the Rockefeller Institute. I think the Local Government Lab is one of the most exciting conferences we have every year because we get to bring people in from lots of different places and academic settings and public policy places, and it's, you know, it's a great thing. And I love the word lab because I think that's kind of what we try to do at Rockefeller, is kind of make it a laboratory setting for people to go over public policy kinds of issues. So we have a lot of work to do today. We have a lot of panels. I get to chair one of them later, but I don't want to stand up here and talk. I want to get us right into the program. So again, we look forward to today. We hope everyone has a great and productive time, and I'd like to take the chance to welcome someone I get to welcome every day, who is moderating our first panel, Heather Trella.
Thank you, Bob, and thank you to our audience and panelists. My name is Heather Trella. I'm Director of Operations and a Fellow here at the Rockefeller Institute. As mentioned, I'll be moderating the first panel, Issues in Public Administration, and at this time I'd like to welcome up our panelists to the dais. We'll have three diverse presentations on this first panel, exploring government and administrative reforms, general differences in public sector employee recognition, and the influence of non-governmental actors in collaborative governance. They will provide insights on local government innovation, effective reward systems tailored to an ever-changing and diverse workforce, and strategies for enhancing community outcomes through inclusive governance. As a reminder, please hold all questions until the end for a shared Q&A session. And with that, I'm happy to introduce our first panelist, Michael Hattery from SUNY Brockport, who will be giving a presentation on innovation and change among New York local governments, governance, and administration.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's nice to be at the Rockefeller, and it's a nice morning. Let me see if I can roll here. Where am I supposed to point this? Where am I?
Hold on just a second.
You knew I'd create a problem from the get-go, right? All right. So this project that I'm going to talk about today came out of kind of a long-standing sense that when local governments in New York, particularly at the county, city, town, more at the city, town, and village level, are pressed and looking for alternatives, they tend to look not at a variety of things, but not the idea of creating a manager administrator position. And that's just something that struck me over time. And so we decided on an educational, from an educational perspective, to say, let's take a look at creating some cases of folks that have done that in relatively recent history, just as an educational assist to those places that might want to look at the option. And did it again. Yeah, thanks. So one of the things that we found out, and the data on this is kind of limited, is that in New York is relatively limited in terms of the percent of places that have a manager at the town, city, and village level, not at the county level. If you look at statewide data, or even in our region in the Northeast and Middle Atlantic. And so what we wanted to do with these cases is look at both, make it clear that this option exists for local governments. Also, that the legal status is varied depending on which type of municipality you're in. So we wanted to look at those options that are available. And then thirdly, in case experiences for places that had attempted change, we wanted to look at a series of things. One is, what was their motivation for attempting change? How did the process get started? Who took the initiative? And then how did they get to some kind of decision point? And then what useful resources or barriers were available? And then what kind of outcomes were they expecting? Going into this, what motivated them to take a look at it? What kind of outcomes were they hoping for? And then after the fact, what benefits were realized? So we wanted to look at places that had a recent enough history that they had folks around that could talk about how things got started, how the flow went when they were initiating it, and also so that were aged enough that there was some experience with whether their expectations were fulfilled if they actually made a change and adopted a manager administrator. So we came up with these 4 cases that were relatively recent at the time we initiated them. And that gives you an idea of the 4 communities we looked at. And this kind of looks at them across the state. We have one, the town of Canandaigua in western New York, Saratoga Springs up in the capital region, and then a couple of communities in the lower Hudson. So in terms of, did I go forward? I'm dangerous with this thing. Okay, so in terms of motivations for change, this is a list of the kinds of things that were pretty broad-based across the communities looked at in terms of why they wanted to look at change. They wanted to see more continuity of effective leadership in the town. They wanted to see improved support for board policy making. They were interested in improved coordination of their management team in the municipality, improved financial management and oversight of the whole organization, and human resource management improvement, and particularly in a couple of cases, labor relations was an area that they really wanted. They thought this option might provide them a better leadership. And then third, improved services and administrative efficiency, greater ability to explore sharing opportunities with other municipalities. And finally, there was a concern in all the communities that we looked at in expanding governing board leadership candidates. There was a sense that the burden on chief elected officials was becoming too great, and a chief administrator manager would help relieve that burden and open up the pool to more people that were interested in running for chief elected office. Okay, useful resources that the communities that looked at this found. One, obviously peer examples of other nearby communities that had a manager administrator were a great resource for those communities wanting to look at this. Secondly, their municipal attorney, in most cases, was really valuable in helping them craft an alternative option to create a manager administrator. Statewide municipal associations were a great resource as well for similar reasons. And the International City County Managers Association intentionally provides assistance for people that are interested in this option, and they were helpful to a couple of our communities. In terms of barriers, in at least one case, the current municipal form of government was a difficulty, and we can get into that if some people have interest. One of our communities was operating under the older commission form of government, which has some kind of inherent barriers in it. Another community ran into a problem in that they were about ready to create the manager position when they had an economic downturn. They were in the middle of layoffs, and they said, are we really going to hire a manager when we're in the middle of needing to either restrain or cut back on other positions? So that led to a hiatus. In terms of local action, 3 of our cases, there was a leader-initiated board process that led to change, either creating a local law for a manager-administrator option or, in one case, a local resolution. The other case, there was a commission created to evaluate alternatives and led to a proposed ballot initiative. In the cases of the 3 resolution, they all ended up creating the manager position. And then, like I said, there was one by resolution. The community that created a separate commission and looked at a ballot change, that was voted down by the community. In terms of outcomes, they pretty much follow what people were hoping for. So I'm not going to go back through my list again, but I think there were a couple of key things that we found interesting. One is that in terms of governing board improvement, in each of these cases there were governing board members at the outset that were in opposition, and either in the process or in one or 2 cases, those who stayed on subsequently, they became advocates and supporters of the change, which was an interesting observation. And then the other final thing that I wanted to highlight in this list is that for communities, the experience in the community that we processed that had been through multiple attempts at a referendum to change form and create a manager position, they were really adamant, a number of a cross-section of players in this, that a lot of people don't understand that it's a 2-stage process. We set up a commission. We want to create an alternative for change, spend a lot of time looking at those alternatives, bringing in consultants possibly, and then once you feel like you've got a great option, there's another process that is convincing voters through the referendum process that this is a good idea. And it requires different skills and a different set of activities. And I think that's not always focused on when people talk about creating a commission and going to a referendum. And then there were a couple other insights I just wanted to mention briefly, and that is across the cases that we looked at, it made it clear that being upfront about the clarification when you're going through a change between what the board's role is going to be, what the administrator's role is going to be, is really important to get set up front, usually in local law and other kind of policy before engaging and getting rolling. It's an important discussion to have and important to get clarified. Second is those places that did a better job with citizen communications, were aggressive and open on a variety of issues, some of which I hadn't thought about going into the study, which is a lot of citizens in a couple of communities were concerned whether they were going to have access to their board members anymore. They were worried about whether they were really going to be participants in the policy process, or whether everything was going to have to flow through a manager and they were going to have to always communicate with a manager administrator. And then finally, we had a state policy concern that popped up. We did a legal brief not a legal brief, a policy profile, as well as the 4 cases that are available on our Ready Access site. And one of the things that popped up is that those people familiar with the manager option often are thinking about a more formal council manager framework that's defined in many states under state law. New York previously had that, but it's been not slowly, but systematically eliminated as a clear optional form of government in New York state law. So for folks that are really interested in restoring council manager form, we need some restoration of those statutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Next up, we have Michael Sims from United States Military Academy, West Point. His presentation will be employee recognition, generational differences.
Thank you. And thank you all for being here. So I want to start with the story for how we got here and how we got to this research question. So there I am, an undergrad student at Virginia Commonwealth University, and I'm still working at Target, right? I've been a loyal customer or loyal employee for 5 years. And for my recognition, they offer me an option of 3 different items. And I'll never forget that one of them is a little plushie doll. I said, 5 years of loyal service to the tan khakis and red polos, and you offer me probably a $3 plushie doll. And it was that day that I submitted my recognition, or my paperwork to leave Target. And it has always bothered me, and that stuck in the back of my mind for many years. So I'm in grad school many years later, and I'm taking a HR class, and we get this possibility to do some HR work, do some consulting work for local governments. And we're really looking at, it's 2021, we're in the pandemic, and there's really 2 approaches or 2 questions we're trying to answer, or 2 solutions we're trying to come up to answer questions. One is what's back to work going to look like? What's going to be the impact when town managers start bringing employees back to work? Right? There's a lot of legalities of that, and we didn't know if as grad students we were capable of answering that question. But another thing we wanted to look at was retention of employees. And so we were able to partner with the town of Cary, and they were able to bring us on, me and 3 of my classmates, to do some consulting work to relook their employee recognition plan and to provide them some solutions for how they can retain good employees. So the town of Cary, they had a new mayor at the time and a new manager, and so they brought us on and really just say, hey, we're gonna open up our books to you, and give us some solutions for how we can retain good employees. So we looked at, the town consisted of 170 residents, 170,000 residents, one of the top 10 big cities in North Carolina. They had just about 1,200 employees, but there are a vast range of ages, right, and the vast ranges of types of jobs, right, blue collar, white collar, and so we wanted to put in an employee recognition program that would be broadly applicable to all of them. The average age at the time was 44, which is 2 years older. The average age, according to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, is 42 for employees in America. And the average tenure was 11 years. Right? It's pretty good overall, but there's been a consistent trend downwards in the last 20 years across all local governments and specifically the town of Cary. And so they're starting to get a little bit nervous of it's expensive to hire new employees, and so how can we keep the good employees that we have now instead of having to continually rehire? And so what we did was we did a literature review of all the awards language, our literature that was out at this time. We did a survey of current employees, and then we did, we completed a survey, and we also completed interviews with several employees, and we tried to get a good panel of different ages, generations, and types of jobs. Okay, and what we found was the research showed us there was really 4 different types of awards. There were interpersonal awards, which consist of things like written notes, words of affirmation, or even peer-to-peer feedback. There were social awards, right, being brought up in front of your coworkers and receiving public praise. There were tangible awards, physical gifts such as little plushies from Target. And there were intangible awards, things like flexible work assignments or being able to be involved in important decisions or even select the type of work that you're doing for the organization. And so what we found was that for a successful rewards program to increase retention for local governments, that it needs to be a mix of all 4 of these in order to be successful. Right? Baby boomers tend to want to receive public recognition. That generation is much more tied to the organization. There's loyalty built in, and so even branded items, right? The town of X being handed to them is something that they are more likely to receive happiness from. Generation X prefers intangible awards. Your boss coming in and giving you a surprise long weekend, or surprise day off is going to get more bang for your buck. Millennials, which make up 35% of the workforce, they're really tied to wanting to make an impact on the world, right? Not just that organization. And so that makes it challenging, right? Because they're more apt to get up and leave. And so we found that they don't really want branded merchandise from the organization, but they want increased impact on the organization. So they want to be able to work on the bigger projects. So they want to have FaceTime with the town manager, be able to work directly for large economic development programs and not sit behind a screen, right, and build PowerPoints or Excel. Generation Z, there's little data on that generation so far, but they're a larger generation than millennials. They're gonna have a large impact on the workforce for years to come, and so it's gonna be interesting to see where they go, and it's much more akin that they're gonna be tied to millennials, right, where you're not gonna be able to tie a person to a job for 20 years. You're going to be comfortable, right, rebranding over time. And the final finding is that timing matters. Right? Many organizations, it makes it easier to say, hey, this new employee, we're going to give them an award at 1 year, and 3 years, and 5 years. Right? But those strict award timings don't work well. Right? It's expected. It's not a surprise, so it doesn't have that large impact. Whereas, hey, somebody does really well on a project, and you put them in for an award, or you give them public recognition. Right? The more frequent, the better. And this is just a breakdown at the time of how the town of Cary was giving out recognition. All right, so for limitations, I understand that this is a case study from one pretty large town in North Carolina, so it may not be as broadly applicable. There are smaller towns that won't have the resources to have 4 or 5 different award structures based on generation or based by on what people want to receive. But I do think it could be implemented to maybe a smaller scale. For future research, I'm already working on this. I'm teaching a local government class at West Point next semester, and I've gotten partnered with 2 local governments, and their mayors are on board with us running the same type of research on their towns to see if it is more broadly applicable for much smaller towns. Okay, and that's all I have, and I will be prepared for questions at the end. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Michael. And our final presentation on this panel is from Amanda Bankston and Adam Cucciara, both from PhD candidates at the Maxwell School of Citizenship and Public Affairs at Syracuse University. And their their presentation is From Inclusion to Impact, How Do Non-Governmental Actors Influence Collaborative Governance Outcomes?
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. How are we doing? Good morning. Good to see you all. So again, I'm Amanda Bankston. I'm a third-year doctoral student at Syracuse University. I'm delighted to be joined by my colleague, Adam Cucciara, who is also an instructor at West Point. And today we're presenting work in progress that really gets at something that touches all of our lives: public safety and criminal justice. Right? This is a complex area of society. And here's a quote from the 1960s saying that there's only one way we're going to really grapple with this complexity, and that's collaboration. That's what I study. That's what I'm passionate about. I know Adam is as well. And why do we believe in this? So in particular, we're talking about collaborative governance, which is the way through which all public safety flows. And this is concerned with the processes and structures of public policy decision-making and management, basically engaging people across a host of boundaries in order to accomplish something they wouldn't accomplish on their own. We believe in this as society, right? We believe that it increases our efficiency of our decision-making, our equity, our effectiveness. This is what we do. And in addition, we believe in the social capital effect, that these spillover effects, because we work together more, we become better at it, and the next time a wicked problem knocks on our door, we're better poised to handle it together. But that's not what we're seeing happening in the public safety space. So here, kind of in the shadow of events around the movement for Black Lives, a lot of organizations in the criminal justice sector were looking to collaborate with citizens and people they hadn't traditionally. And what they found was, and this is just a smattering of 2022 studies, is that not only were there adverse effects on organizational outcomes becoming less efficient, less equitable, less effective, that also we're seeing public perceptions were down, even when citizens were at the table. So what's going on here? What's this gap between the theory and practice of collaboration? Well, to understand it, you have to kind of nerd out with us and understand collaborative complexity a little bit. We won't go through all of the parts. Our broader research project looks at many of the different complexities. This one in particular, I'll point you to the third point here, which is that collaborative conditions shape different developmental trajectories of collaboration. Collaboration is not static, it's dynamic, it's changing all the time. So let me drill down and tell you what I mean. So I'm doing another study where I'm working with collaborative leaders around the country, and I ask them, as I'll ask you, how does collaboration develop? Well, 100 really smart people sat down and put together this framework. They said, kind of in a linear way, that as over time, as we collaborate more, we become stronger, we perform better, and we have more impact. Makes sense, right? Well, it really shouldn't if you've ever collaborated in real life. That's not how it works, guys. This is the study by Ulibarri and colleagues that shows us if it feels like a roller coaster ride, that's because it probably is. We're constantly shifting from an activation and collectivity stage to institutionalization to stability and decline. There's untimely deaths. We have to reorient. People leave their positions, right? All of these shifts make us need to decide again how we want to work together. And just to add one more layer of complexity is, if I need to, we can't just evaluate this at one level, right? There's the environmental level, all the things that swirl around us when we come together to collaborate, the social context, the political context. There's also the organizational pieces. These are the things leaders can control, like how many people get a seat at the table and how we make decisions. But after all, isn't collaboration just individuals working together? That's your operational level. We're all different. We're not just interchangeable nodes in a network, right? We all have our own characteristics. So how are we gonna look at this? Well, Adam and I have several research questions. Today, we're really gonna focus on one, which is how does the policy context, how does that environmental context influence collaborative development? And so we're gonna take a trip down to Oregon, and I'll toss it to Adam, who will tell you about our case.
So thank you again for having us today. For those of you who may have seen our presentation last year, this is an extension of what was a research project and has really grown into a research agenda. As Amanda alluded, as we dug more into the local public safety coordinating councils in Oregon, we think there's a lot more to this than just improving public safety, and it speaks to the nature of collaborative government and associations between public administration and the people they serve. So as a brief recap, in the mid-90s, as crime was going up across the country, and including the state of Oregon, the state of Oregon passed this law, Senate Bill 1145, which instituted these LPSCC collaborative organizations across the state, one in each county. And they were given broad latitude, but their mandate was to increase coordination among public safety actors in an attempt to curb what was spiking crime in the state of Oregon, but also nationally, which would eventually come down. Their function was to coordinate the actors that were in both the formal space and the informal space. And this is where our study picked up that there was variation between the construction of these organizations. We find that there were some organizations that really embraced the mandate and included many other non-traditional stakeholders in these collaborating organizations. And there were other counties that said, we're just going to include mostly the usual suspects. So think the sheriff, representatives from the courts, some of the child and youth authorities, but not many outside external stakeholders, which gave us the opportunity to observe how they performed and the effects inside of crime rates of their counties. These councils, again, are not action bodies. They make recommendations and in conjunction with their coordinating function. But then, as we'll talk about later, they grew and eventually gained this function where they would approve recommendations for grants to bring money in for some of these local public safety programs. And really, this discretion part is what we leverage in the empirical part of our analysis. So, as a brief recap of the first study that we have already completed, we find that these local public safety coordinating councils did work, right? For those counties in dark blue that had the more robust participation, these non-traditional stakeholders, they did decrease total crime. We think this total crime was mostly driven by a decrease in misdemeanor crime, and it was small, but a noticeably and statistically significant decrease in crime among these counties. And so, high five, a couple of grad students figured out that the thing worked. But the next question was why? Because while we observed that it worked, we saw that the effect was actually limited to about the first 4 years of implementation. After that, the counties that fully implemented performed no better or no worse, no differently, than the counties that didn't. And so that made us think about the example we get from Ulibarri and Imperial, right? So we said, hey, look, these counties, they had a great effect here in the beginning, right? A noticeable effect we observed in we used a differences design, but then they flatlined and then they eventually reoriented. And is maybe this part of a broader life cycle story of collaborative governance regimes that we are observing in the public safety space. And so we went back and we said, let's map this out over time and see if we can observe the differences. And in the policy context, what may be motivating the change in these public safety collaboratives. And so we broke it down into several periods. The one period we just talked about being 1995 through 2014, where the focus was on crime. Now, as you see in 2013, the state of Oregon, as many other municipal organizations or any other states have seen, the incarcerated population was beginning to increase. So the state had a problem. They said, either we can start building more jails and incarcerating people and paying about $140 per person per day, or we can take some fractional share of that and give it back to the counties and invest in those programs to attempt to, as we see right there, reduce the prison use, recidivism, and increase public safety while still holding people accountable. It was very notable in interviews that we've conducted with stakeholders. They didn't want to just empty jails. They wanted to create programs. And you see in this second period of their life cycle, which we term from 2015 to 2021, they actually applied some real resources against these efforts, so to the tune of over almost $143 million. And this is the next part of the program that we are continuing to investigate through several initiatives. The first portion right here, we have a survey that we've already gotten approval for and we're coordinating with. We're going to put into the field this summer to interview stakeholders across all 36 local public, the LPSCCs, to really get at more granular detail of what's going on inside of these collaboratives and the actions that folks are taking. And this will be followed up by some semi-structured interviews that we're also coordinating for, which we hope to roll out later this summer and into the fall. And this is just one part of what we hope to be a more robust research agenda. But the reason goes beyond just simply doing research into local public safety collaboratives. We think that this actually has some real legs. And part of the reason why we argue that this research is important is because these types of collaborative organizations, especially in the public safety space, do exist across the country. Almost every single county has some flavor of this organization. And so we hope that through this research that we've done and that we're continuing, we can help gain some insight into the effectiveness and really help policymakers as well as practitioners understand maybe there's times when we need to do a reorientation, maybe there's times where we've reached effectiveness, and there are things that we can do to either re-energize or reorient these organizations to help increase our public safety outcomes. Thank you.
Great, thank you to all of you for your presentations. We're now going to move into the Q&A portion, and we'll take questions from the audience. One of my colleagues will be walking around with a microphone to benefit those who are on the live stream. Please wait until the mic reaches you before you're asking your question. And I'm going to exercise moderator's privilege and ask the first question. These were all really interesting, diverse presentations, so there's not one kind of theme through them all. One thing I thought about for each of you was the intangibles in your project. So for Michael, I wanted to ask you, from Lisa's work on village consolidation, a big reason it isn't successful is identity, is the feeling that this is my village, my town, I don't want to give up that identity. Is there any resistance to change that you found in the communities that were thinking about moving to from a typical, for New York, government structure to the village administrator, city administrator model? Did that come up at all?
Yeah, I mentioned the one case where it was a commissioned form of government, which I don't want to take a lot of time with this, but commission form is basically creates the board. Not only it sits as a board to deliberate for the community on policy, they also oversee a chunk of local government. And so a commission form kind of has this inherent among the membership resistance to wanting to change because their role is bigger than just a board member. They oversee a chunk of the local government. They generally have a little bit higher salary, that sort of thing. So I think that form tends to be a resistant. In the other cases, it wasn't really a threat to the government, and it was, in each of these places, people were seeing a need for a change in leadership, so there wasn't a lot of resistance among leaders.
Okay, great. Michael, in your presentation, I thought was really interesting the stratification by generation. And as a Gen X, I'm very excited just to be included in this because we don't often get represented. You said a lot about not doing it at predetermined times, right? Not the 1 year. Was there anything you found about frequency? That if you give too much praise and too much, it doesn't diminish in returns, right? How many mugs do you need that say the town of whatever? Did you find anything that in your research?
So no, we did find that, of course, that the structured yearly awards are somewhat insignificant because they're known, and that more was better. But we didn't find, or we didn't actually look at the question. I'm assuming there is diminishing returns of there's only so many Town of Albany or City of Albany, awards that I can have at my house, and so I think there is a breaking point. I would make the assumption and say I don't think most jurisdictions are getting to that point for their employees. So again, making an assumption that I think most people could lean towards doing more rather than less.
Okay, great. And for Amanda and Adam, really interesting presentation of your ongoing research. My question was, have you looked at all, and maybe you haven't, but have you looked at all at, you're looking at effectiveness and how there's kind of a plateauing. Is there an intangible of just communities feeling included in government that makes it important to have these particular organizations, that by having a voice, maybe they're not getting as much done, but a community that, for example, has felt marginalized now feels like they have a voice at the table, and maybe they're not being as effective going forward, but they feel like they've bought into how government is making policy.
I love the question. Thank you for
Sure.
it. So this is something I think about all the time in my research. So inclusion is complex, right? And it can be performative. So there's times when you have a seat at the table, but you have no voice, right? Which is something we've seen in some of the studies we're alluding to in some of our other work across the state of Oregon. So we're looking at ways to engage people in the conversation of how they feel. A lot of times it is performative when it comes to collaborative governance. There's power asymmetry. There's folks with a lot more power at the table. Network analysis to map, so you have your seat at the table, but how often do people actually speak up? And how often do they show up, even if they're mandated on the roster? And what we've seen in other policy domains is that they show up less. And that simple facilitation changes, like for example, round robins, where at every meeting I ask every single citizen to speak up, can increase that, having a voice. But ultimately the question becomes, where does the voice go? Where do those suggestions go? Is there any power behind them? And so I think a lot of our work looks at what would it look like for that voice to matter and have influence on the policy process. But I'll also allow Adam to speak on this.
So this is why we're a good team, because she's excellent in the theory, and I looked at some numbers. So our survey is going to attempt to tease out is exactly who is participating, because we can see by broad category if you are a member of government, if you're a member of the council, if you're a member of a local citizen group, but this will give us a little bit more granularity to see who's exactly in there. And then one of the other things that we're looking at is, in terms of the government actors, who's paid to be and part of these collaborative organizations. And so one of the things that our partners in the Oregon Criminal Justice Commission have asked us to look at is, if we can help them determine somewhat of a cost benefit of what is being spent to bring people in and what are we getting out of these collaborative organizations. Again, it appears right now that they're not doing any worse. And so, there could be some good externalities brought in by incorporating these people. You might have to have paid staff go out to get, Oregon has a significant number of tribal members inside of their communities. So you might have to go and do outreach, which means a paid staffer has to go out and tell people there's a meeting on Tuesday. It would be great if you would come in, and here's all of those other things. So that's one of the things that we're looking at to attempt to put a little bit more of a quantitative edge on the collaboratives.
Great, thank you. I don't want to hog all the questions, so does anyone else have any questions for any of these panelists?
Hi, Kieran Bazilla from CGR. I have 2 questions, one for each of the Michaels here. So I'll start with Mike Hattery. One of the factors that was mentioned was cost savings. I know you're dealing with a small sample. Was there any sense that the cost of the new manager position would be netted out by any kind of cost savings that could be achieved through their professionalism or human resource management or anything like that?
Yeah, and I think one of the points that I didn't make, because I was trying to hit my timeline, was that one community, and I think this is a good pro forma about how to do it. They went into it by saying, we're going to look at our administrative savings over time intentionally. So they went into the arrangement saying, we're going to look at how much the savings, both from a service delivery point of view and from an administrative point of view, that we can attribute to creating the manager position. So they tracked it over the first 4 years. And they did a really good job with it, which I think is a wise thing to do whenever you're making a substantive change like that. And in other places, at least one other community that we examined, they made other adjustments in the administrative team when they created the manager position. And that led to pretty much a net saving, not considering how much the presence of the manager might have saved or lost over the time of the manager's tenure. That answer?
Thank you. For Michael Sims, if I read the chart right about Kerry, it seemed like they were mostly giving monetary awards. Is that correct? What does your research say about the effectiveness of that versus more symbolic awards? Are they doing it wrong? Are they spending more than they have to based on what you're looking at?
Yeah, I think it was an assumption made. I think the number was 68% of the awards they were giving out were monetary. And talking to the current mayor, kind of implemented the same program as the previous regime. The thought was, hey, we'll just give out gift cards or whatever the local government allows, but there wasn't any really thought put into it. And so as we interviewed current employees, they were most happy with monetary awards, but it was the best of the worst option. And so there are often times when we ask mid to lower level employees, what would you have wanted? It was, hey, I would want to be recognized in a meeting, or I would like my manager to tell me, hey, I did a good job on this project. And really for the millennials, it was, hey, thanks for the gift card, but I would prefer being able to have a bigger voice at the table when these bigger decisions are being made. I don't want to wait 20 years to be able to have a seat at the table. I want my voice to be heard so I can feel like I'm having an impact. So our suggestion to them and our recommendations to the mayor was, you can save some money here, but invest some additional time.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, we have some up here.
Thank you so much for the excellent presentations. I have a question for Michael Sims, and actually some questions for Amanda and Adam. Michael, I'm wondering if you looked at variability among the different generations, for instance, by gender, and if there were other subgroups within those generations. And maybe I'll stop there.
Okay. We did not, and so we had, when we built a survey, we did not look at across gender. Going forward, maybe that's something I can implement, but we did not when we did it with the town of Cary.
Amanda and Adam, really fascinating. I just had a basic nuts and bolts question about councils of government. I worked in Oregon in the 1990s, and so I was curious what the role of council of governments was in this, if any, and then if you looked at differences by size of county in terms of capacity and approach.
So to your first point about councils of government, I don't know that we looked at that, but that's something we should definitely consider, and thank you for that. Oregon believes in collaboration, so you know what I'm saying. Yeah, per mandate, everywhere, all the time. In terms of capacities, we do look at that in a few ways. So one of the things we look at is staffing. You need a staff, a backbone, in order to facilitate these. The other is we do include population of the county and size of the council. Some councils have 15 people, some have more than 100 people sitting in at these meetings. So we try to account for it there. And it's interesting that you mentioned capacity, because there were capacity building programs around some of these life cycles, and where they had, so the coordinator, the staffer, is oftentimes like a just out of college person who's tasked with like, go coordinate this thing, go drive across the state and coordinate these 3 councils and figure it out. And so we spoke to one of them who's now in a higher position and has kind of risen through the ranks, and talked about his own limited capacity with even understanding collaborative dynamics and how to do the thing in the first place. So it's an excellent question that we're hoping to get more nuance and texture around when we get to the interviews and surveys.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for any of these panelists?
Thank you. Hi, Eric Arena, New York State Department of State Local Government. First question is for Michael. Just curious, what is your opinion on council manager form of government? Do you still believe, I know you mentioned it, is that still do you consider that it's still a viable form of government? And if so, would that, does that depend on demographic factors such as population, budget, political stability or instability, whatnot, going forward?
I'm not going to answer whether I believe in it.
Oh, okay. Opinion. Okay.
No, I mean, I think it's, my own experience has been, and the reason why I wanted to look at places that had adopted on a pre-post sense, is to get tried to do as honest a case study approach as we could, with as quality of methods as we could for a limited profile, is that I think a lot of people just don't have a good idea how that works and what might be the outcomes. My own experience has been that I think a lot of governments suffer because they have no central administrative authority outside of a board, and literally in towns, the town board in many cases is a central administrative authority. And I think so as places grow in size or are larger, they lack that central administrative authority that seems, it's not a panacea by any sense of the word. You can have good managers and bad managers. You can have great town supervisors that are elected and do an excellent job over time.
Right.
I don't know if I'm getting at your question.
Yes, and of course, council manager. Now, one of the things I've explained in my research, I also worked for a city that was under strong mayor, where you have a strong central authority and an elected official who's there for 4 years until running for re-election. Council manager, I didn't work under the administration, but I learned a lot of the history. Obviously, you have a strong manager, hopefully, that the council hires, but then the manager is also subject to the whims of the majority of the council. If the majority of the council wants them out, they're gone. I worked for the city of Yonkers for 14 years, and the longest serving council manager survived 4 years, I was told, by a former council member who was elected under that form of government, and the 4 years was an anomaly. They were hiring and firing council managers for decades, every 1 or 2 years, which contributed to the political instability.
I distinguish between what typically is referred to as a council manager plan, which tends to allocate all administrative authority or predominant administrative authority to the manager. And we have a lot of hybrids. So I think there are a lot of hybrids out there in terms of the role of the mayor. I think it's important that when a central manager administrator, and our cases bear this out, is created in a government that hasn't had it, you make clear where those lines are going to come on policy and administration, and the roles in administration by board members that they've previously played, how those are going to be adapted, make it clear where we're going to go down the road and that we're going to work it out.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, great, thank you. Just my second question, Adam and Amanda, So just curious, in your study and going through this, after this initiative was implemented, as far as the recidivism, was there any, did you notice in the study any effect on recidivism, either lowering it, keeping it the same, or it increased after the initiative, or was that not even or did it not really come up in the study after the implementation?
Absolutely. I know our time's up.
Oh,
Very
sorry.
briefly,
Yep.
in the second period, that's where we're diving deep into right now. But it coming out of the post-pandemic era, in the third period that's currently ongoing, there is a increase in recidivism. So we are keenly interested in observing the transitions between period 1 and period 2 and period 2 and period 3. So we can talk more about this afterwards, but it appears that recidivism remains a challenge. It's the challenge we're also having is disentangling whether or not it is macro factors or if these collaboratives are actually doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Oh, okay. Understood.
Great, thank you. This concludes our first panel of the day. I want to thank our panelists and our audience for their thoughtful questions. We're going to take a short break and return with our second panel featuring research from the City and Regional Planning Program at Cornell University, moderated by Rockefeller Institute fellow Lisa Parshall. Thank you very much.
Davy White, where is he tonight? He's sleeping with her in a Tennessee town and he's fine. I think I lost my mind and my wasted time. I'm dreaming alone in a hotel bed that he's mine. Bought a gown to match his name, kept my virtue just the same, so I could offer to my love a bride he could be proud of. I was sure I held his heart till a Louisiana girl tore us apart. Watched him as he turned away into her arms where he stayed. Davy White, where is he tonight? He's sleeping with her in a Tennessee town and he's fine. I think I lost my mind and my wasted time. I'm dreaming alone in a hotel bed that he's mine. Once my tears had all run out, I learned how to live without pieces left behind and told. I took to the hard road. Strangers know the songs I write. They come to hear me sing at night. They don't know I've paid the cost. They don't know what I lost. Davy White, where is he tonight? He's sleeping with her in a Tennessee town and he's fine. I think I lost my mind and my wasted time. I'm dreaming alone in a hotel bed that he's mine. Till all the miles erase my pain, till all the hurt is gone again, searching for the next mistake. town and he's fine. I am waiting for this book to get good. I do not have your patience, so I'm driving up to Chicago. I'm getting weird looks at gas stations. I did not bring a winter coat. I do not have your foresight. A holistic practitioner told me once, that's why I will not live a long life. I am trying to remember where I gave up. If it was not in Iowa, Iowa.
Okay, hello again, everyone. If you could have everyone please just settle in, and we'll begin our second panel. My name is Lisa Parshall, and I'm a fellow here at the Rockefeller Institute of Government and moderator for this panel, Cornell University City and Regional Planning Programs. This panel was submitted to us in toto and features graduate students from the City and Regional Planning Program at Cornell University. And they're going to provide for us today insights into the specific needs of older adults and the structural changes required in urban and rural settings to foster age-friendly environments. Their presentations will cover various topics, from developing a comprehensive age-friendly community guidebook to enhancing public services in rural areas, improving delivery accessibility for older populations, and adaptations needed in homes to enable aging in place. As a reminder, just please hold all questions until the end for a shared Q&A session. So let's jump right into our first presentation. The first presentation is an age-friendly guidebook, Action for Communities in New York State, and our presenters are Luke James Kerr and Chen Wu, both again graduate students at the City and Regional Planning of Cornell University's program.
I swear I'm pressing the button, she said. Which one?
This one, above the tape.
Oh. Okay. All right. I just want to start off by saying thank you all for having us here. We are all working with Dr. Mildred Warner. A lot of this work came out of her economic development workshop last semester, where we worked with the Tompkins County Office for the Aging, which is one of, I think, 3 center for age-friendly excellence in New York State. And we really worked with them on what their issues were and how we could address those. And we each, you'll see in our presentations, focused on different things. Chen and I focused more broadly on the conceptual framework of age friendliness and sort of expanding on existing frameworks. So I'll pass it over to Chen.
Thanks, Luke. Thanks all for being here and having us. So before I start, I'm sorry. Oh.
Yeah, don't worry.
This one?
Yeah.
Cool. So before I start, I want to talk an interesting fact about our panel. So besides from Luke and Chloe, all the students we are present today comes from China. So as a group of international graduate students, we share our thoughts on the Rockefeller Institute of Government. It's really interesting, like, because the problem we are discussing today is about aging community. So because aging is not only the problem for the United States, not only for the China, but also for the whole world, right? So referring to the population net, the Chinese population is predicted to be the half of the current amount, and also at that point, half of the population is older than the 60s. So by the end of this century, so all these kind of population, half of them are older. This could be a really big challenges for this kind of really labor-intense countries. So although the United States is predicted to have a consistent growth in the overall population, but the proportion of the old people keeps going up and will account for roughly 1/3 of the overall groups at the end of this century. But besides from this kind of prediction, so what is happening right now? So right now the generation of baby boomers have already reached their retired age. So the old people with a much higher life expectancy are expecting a healthy and more engaged retiring life, and they have a really strong willingness to devote their time to the community engagement and community development, and to devote their time to the community they live in and served before. So I'm so bad at this kind of technology stuff. So what is this meaning? So this means we really should not only start to think about the aging, but also need to consider aging as a kind of principle for doing the planning, for doing the policy making. And we should recognize the coming age community as a common sense and common principle for municipals, especially our planners, to shape our society and the community. So what is age-friendly and what is age-friendly planning, and how would we help our community to make it realize it and make the appropriate decision and progress to realize the age-friendly community. So what is age-friendly? So we ask this question to all the stakeholders when we have the in-person interviews. We interview the planners in Tompkins County, the staffs in the Center of Friendly Aging and departments of the state. So most of them have the experiences or living history in the rural places in the New York State, and also experienced how the age-friendly planning helps the local community to, and their residents of all ages, to get access to the necessities and social services, especially the peoples in the rural area. So some of them emphasize a more workable outdoor environment, and some of them attach great importance to matching the service and needs, and some of them talks about equity, diversity, and inclusion. So what we learned from this kind of consistent and several times of interview is the age-friendly planning is definitely not the age-friendly planning. It's a kind of concepts that should cover all the ages to accommodating their diversified needs and to match their needs from different perspectives. So the age-friendly acknowledge the difference among groups in different age and aims at accommodating the diversified needs without any possible discrimination. So what did we do? As you may know, in the November 2019, Tompkins County was awarded with a grant from the Health Foundation of Western and Central New York to support the development of the Age-Friendly Center for Excellence. So our initiative, mostly based on the conceptual framework that's proposed by the Professor Mildred Warner, so what we call the flower framework. So at the center of this framework is the cross-agency collaboration. So, and around this center are three sectors: community, land use, and services. And there are 4 to 5 petals in each domains. And at the center of this framework, we really want to emphasize the cross-agency collaboration, because lots of services cannot be provided or conveyed to the residents if the services provider is working as a silo. So after we consider all this interview, we found some space for improvement of the framework. So firstly, we recognize the cross-agency collaboration as a foundation of this framework, but we also want to highlight the importance of respect, inclusion, and the trust. And at the center of this flower, we believe the respect, inclusion, and trust is what helps the community to build the hub. So the hub for the community, the hub for the cross-agency collaboration, and also we notified some domains are missed in this framework, such as the children care, the climate adaptation. So based on this refined framework, we would like to present our guidebook that our group really works on last semester. So the guidebook, an age-friendly guidebook, the action for the community of the New York State. So what we are really want to help with is the planning boards of the town and the villages in the New York State to help them to develop a toolkit to understand and implement the age-friendly actions and to have a better practices.
All right, so as Chen mentioned, so this flower framework comes based off of the WHO framework, AARP framework, but Tompkins County expanded it to include childcare and climate adaptation, making it more progressive and realizing that age-friendly includes the spectrum of aging, from children to youth to older adults and everyone in between. So this is a look at what cross-agency collaboration means to us and for this project, starting at the local level, where we work with different libraries, youth bureaus, local planning boards. We also worked with the Department of State, we worked with the county, and then we also looked at different trainings and lessons from AARP, APA, WHO, and UNICEF. So as Chin mentioned, some of our core principles for age-friendly planning, these are what we have recognized and what some of the planners that we talked to recognize. It's the diversity, equality, inclusion, and respect and trust. Again, recognizing that just because you know one old person doesn't mean you know every old person, and also recognizing that, again, age is a spectrum, and children, just as much as older adults, deserve respect and inclusion in any process. So quickly, our methodology, we interviewed a lot of different local organizations, we did a literature review, and we also reviewed trainings available to local planning boards. So as many of you are probably aware, local planning boards in New York State are required to take a certain amount of hours of training, and we so looked at what was available to them, and we sort of created this guidebook based on that. So this guidebook, it's a framework overview. It shows that Flower Framework and talks about it. It goes into depth about cross-agency collaboration. And then for each petal of the framework, it provides, there's a different page. It provides a case study, a couple of case studies, a fast fact. It shows the relevance of the Flower Framework, or the petal, and the entire conceptual framework. And then it provides actions for local planning boards. This is a QR code if you want to see the guidebook. You can also find us after. So this is an example of a page from the guidebook. So our idea is that local planning boards, which are usually volunteer-based, would be able to take this tool, understand what civic and social engagement means in age-friendly planning and for age, and then maybe have a fact, see the relevance and the urgency of this specific domain, and then see examples from different communities that maybe they could implement. But then there's also there's broader actions at the bottom that they could take. And these actions were developed with us between the County Office for the Aging, some planners that we talked to, and then just using some of Dr. Mildred Warner's work as well. And so where we would like to take this is, start by training some of the communities in Tompkins County. We've already had some interest in that. And then, maybe working with the Department of State, they've showed some interest in expanding some of their trainings that they offer to local planning boards as well. And, working with APA, AARP, and those different groups as well to, I think this is already actually on the AARP's website, seeing how we can implement this more broadly across the country as well. And that's it for our presentation. Before we move on, just real quick, these are some questions that Dr. Warner wanted me to ask the audience to consider, just in case nobody had questions. So it was, how can we get older adults to use third-party delivery apps? Can we expand the role of fire departments in preventative age friendliness? How do we wake up the market sector to fulfill delivery services and home mods? And how do we train local planning boards made up of volunteers to implement age-friendly planning practices? So you're going to hear some of that information, hopefully get some answers to that, but keep those questions in mind for the rest of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presentation is Age-Friendly Public Services, Rethinking Libraries and Fire Companies in Rural Tompkins County. And the presenter is Chen Ming Zhang.
Good morning, everyone. This research focuses more on the age-friendly public services, and we aim to explore the role of libraries and fire departments in rural areas in the United States. So, according to a recent national report on healthy aging, loneliness, social isolation, and the lack of companionship are identified as top concerns in the United States. And it is also worth noting that these issues are more pronounced in rural areas where they have like limited resources and limited proximity to community facilities and services. So here our research question emerges. How can we maximize the value and tap into the potential of the existing public services in rural areas? So for this project, we chose two commonly seen public institutions in rural America as our research objects, and they are libraries and fire departments respectively. And we are trying to answer the following 2 questions. Firstly, are library and fire departments in rural areas is currently engaging in or are they willing to engage in age-friendly practices? And if they do, how do they achieve it? On the other hand, are there any innovative ways for these public services to engage with the older adult population moving forward? This slide shows the methodology of this research. So we conducted some structured with different stakeholders, and we reviewed nearly all the information online, and also we conducted case studies both locally and nationally. And based on the 3 methods, we summarize our key findings and propose a general recommendation. So here are the findings that we identified. So firstly, regarding the libraries, we discovered that their functions extend beyond our initial expectations. So Sue Chaffee from the Newfield Public Library, Ithaca, once told us that when you say the word library, people think of books. But no, there are so many other things libraries can help you with. And in this project, we identified 4 forms of engagement, and they are technology-related engagements, food-related, health-related, and also library of things, respectively. So we will start talking about the tech existence. So for some libraries, after they realizing the varied proficiency among pantries, especially the seniors, they have shifted from like traditional digital classes to more personalized one-to-one tech assistance. And moreover, with already free Wi-Fi on the library premises, libraries can also work as a hub for individuals who do not have stable internet access at home. So in the Finger Lakes Library in Ithaca, we found that they have a mobile hotspot program, and this program has greatly addressed the connectivity gap within their communities. And another perspective is the food access. So this aspect is also libraries actively participating, and this type of event normally partner with the local food pantries. We have identified a lot of community partnership in helping the libraries provide fresh produce in their communities. And thirdly, it's about the health-related programs. So most of programs, they are trying to promote seniors' fitness by providing various classes like yoga and Tai Chi classes. However, despite some of them are successful, but not all of them are successful, we found out that some of these health-related programs, they met challenges with low turnout. For example, the Tompkins County Health Planning Council, they attempt to implement a telehealth program within a library setting, but it faces great challenges in attracting enough users. The last form of engagement is a library of things. So the libraries, they normally will offer a collection of non-traditional items. Take the Groton Library, for example. The library has a wide variety of equipment and events for all ages, like from the 3D printing classes to a crafts club. So this is all about the libraries. For the fire companies, we hold a different view because we think that most fire departments are volunteer-based. So community interactions and engagements happen in a different way compared with the public libraries. And in this project, through interviews, 3 forms of engagement were identified, and they are emergency education program, campaigns and services, and also community events. So for fire companies, first they work as a trusted community organization. Their key role is to promote emergency awareness. So the engagement with the communities and also older adults is more centered around the emergency education. And another area that shows its potential is through campaigns and services. So it's also happened via cross-agency collaboration. And we learned from our interviews that a lot of fire companies, they have the chicken barbecues or pancake breakfast as a means of fundraising, but more importantly, these weekly or monthly organized events, they also serve the purpose of checking in the seniors regularly. And the last area is the joint use program. Only a few companies we identified that they have been engaging in such like joint use events. And this is basically means that fire companies, they simply lend their space for eligible events when they are not being occupied. So like the picture has shows, one fire company, they lend their hall to a local nonprofit institute for conducting the yoga classes. And so based on all the findings we have identified, we concluded our key strategies and key challenges faced by both organizations. So to better serve the seniors in rural areas, building trust and community relations, long-range planning, and also community partnership and collaboration are all important factors. Well, funding, limited capacity, and lack of promotion are commonly met challenges in the rural areas. And here we propose the suggestion that for all the public facilities, they should pay more attention to the joint use and cross-agency collaboration, and especially for the fire departments. Like we can say that the libraries, they have the space and also programming in place, but fire departments, they lack the programming capacity, but they can offer larger house. So for fire departments, like probably should participate more in the kind of joint use events to better leverage existing resources. And apart from it, we think that more program promotion should also be encouraged. Like the challenge of the low turnout we have mentioned, they can be mitigated by promoting resources available through various channels, for example, the local newspapers or brochures, etc. And this is all about this project. And if you are interested in finding out more about the local and national case studies, and always other innovative ways to create a more age-friendly society, you can scan the QR code to get access to our full report. And thanks for everybody's listening.
Thank you. Next up, we have a presentation on delivery accessibility improvements in Tompkins counties, and our Tompkins County, excuse me. And our presenters are Chung Yu Wan and Han Yu Sing. Again, both graduate students at City Regional Planning, Cornell University.
Hi, I'm Chen Yu Wang, and our research is the delivery accessibility improvement for older adults in Tompkins County. We're doing this research is to hope to give government or give policymakers some valuable insights while creating a more sustainable and more livable urban environment for people of all ages. If you are interested, you can scan the QR code here, and it includes something can help you have a very first impression of our project. So first, I think the COVID-19 not only brought us sufferness and pain, it also bring a driving force of social achievement or social advancement. You know, before the outbreak of COVID-19, there was only one premises in Tompkins County. They provide delivery services. But at the end of the 2023, according to our research, there are 5 large chain pharmacies. They provide delivery services, and more than 20 grocery stores. They also provide delivery services, which can be create a lot of convenience for citizens' life. And here is another story I want to share, which gives us an idea to doing such a research. So during the COVID-19 epidemic period in China, my grandpa, he lives in a separated community. So I think it's about 2 months he cannot go out of such communities, and grandpa and grandma, they were isolated. So due to their they have no knowledge in how to use smartphones and electronic devices. So sometimes they feel really hard to gain access to those daily necessities, the food and the medicines. So they made a phone call to me, and I say, oh, I can help them. So I use my phone, and there are some delivery apps both in China and in the United States. So I just use the Chinese version of Instacart for them, and I just order online and let everything, like the food, let the medicine deliver to their house. So my grandparents, they have a little taste of how sweet those technologies can have, and how convenient their life can be if they can make use of those technologies. But however, I think in a West settings, so most older adults in the West setting, they live more separately from their younger generation. So I think they will be less independent. They will be more independent. So they will less depend on their younger generation. So it can create some problems while facing emergencies. So I think it's not only important to have delivery services, but it's also very important to learn how to use such delivery services for people of all ages. So the first our step is we collect the data and of the delivery services of each pharmacy and grocery stores in Tompkins County. We research on whether they provide delivery services and what delivery methods they have, like they deliver directly from their store or they delivery relying on third-party apps like Instacart or DoorDash, and the delivery range. So these two graphs is the part of our research tables. It shows that the pharmacy stores from the directly delivery from the pharmacy stores, and the pharmacies, they rely on third-party deliveries. So our finding that store delivery has limits, but if you using third-party delivery, you using online delivery, it can cover the entire county. So we decide to create maps to tell people whether to tell people living in the different regions whether they are within the range of those delivery services. Oh, sorry. So we're using ArcGIS to create a buffer zone analysis to delineate gray circles. So if you living in the gray circles, it means you can gain access to the store delivery services by simply making a phone call, which is really easy for older adults to learn. They just need to know the store phone numbers and they just made a phone call. But if you living in other areas in Tompkins County, you can still get delivery services by using third-party apps. So the left graph is the grocery store delivery, and the right graph is the pharmacy store delivery. So we can see both these two graphs, they are not cover the whole county. So sometimes you need to rely on the third-party apps. So we just try to figure out the citizens who will need online delivery services the most. Through our research, we think older adults in American rural areas, they face these challenges in gaining remote access to daily necessities and medicines. And for example, Tompkins County, we have over 16,000 older adults. It's the 15% of the total population. So we start to make it into action. So we interview with many delivery drivers, and we also doing online service with older adults to figure out what's the main challenges or what's the difficulties they will have while trying to use those delivery services. And then through our interviews, the delivery drivers say the older adults, they think placing an online delivery services order and using third-party apps is really confused and difficult. So most of them, they don't even want to try these. And the business, like the stores, they say older adults, they don't know whether the stores provide the delivery services and whether they are within the range of the delivery services. So it's kind of, they lack of many informations and they are afraid of trying new technologies. So through our directly online survey with older adults, we received more than 20 surveys, and here is some part of the survey results. We made these into the pie charts, and we see there are 29% of older adults, they use delivery services, but only 12% of these, they use them weekly. And there are 78% of older adults, they faced challenges while using delivery services. So in conclusion, we have 3 key barriers preventing them from using such convenient delivery services. The first is they concern about the cost and the hidden fee. And the second is they lack of knowledge about the online delivery services. And third is they confused about how to use these delivery apps. So let's leave the last part to Hanyu.
Hi. I will carry on, but actually we conducted in questionnaires with more than 200 senior adults, and because given all the concerns about the bundle of calls or additional calls, we may start to wonder, like apart from the very necessary subtotal item charge, what else do we need to pay for? So it comes out that we also need to pay for bags and all kinds of taxes and tipping, service fees, and also delivery fee. The tax and bag fees are usually marginal, but the tipping and also service fee might charge you a lot. And for the delivery fee, sometimes it can be waived depending on your membership status and how many items have you purchased. Like if you purchase a lot, maybe this amount can be waived. And then upon all kinds of the research we've done, we made 3 final deliverables. The first one is an issue brief that concludes all our findings, and it provides the knowledge of the delivery service for the general public. And our second deliverable is a tutorial brochure, and we conducted several round testing, and we also tested on our professor Mildred Warner, and actually in the beginning she wasn't even want to download the app because she don't want to receive many scam emails, or she wouldn't like to download it at first. And also we reach out to COFA, the Thomas County Office of Aging, and then to reach out to more senior adults to do round tests for this brochure. And then our third deliverable is a research report for the local professionals in the county. And yes, that's all for our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, our final presentation of the panel is entitled Blueprints of Change, Modifying Homes for an Aging Community. And our presenters are Xu Yihu and Chloe Long.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So we're the last presentation of this panel, so hang there. We're almost to lunchtime. So I'm Shen, and here with me is Chloe, and we're presenting our research on adapting homes for aging in place. We completed this project in partnership also with the county's Office for the Aging, along with our 2 other teammates, Jiahe, which you will see in the next panel, and Manqi, who are not able to join us today, unfortunately. Okay, so why do we want to do this research? This project really begins with a couple concerns the office has been hearing from the community. So Tompkins County sees an older housing stocks, which means they're not really safe enough for older adults to age in place. For example, some houses have really slippery bathtubs instead of walk-in showers, which might contribute to falls. And some houses have really narrow entrance doors, which makes really hard for EMT workers to enter and exit with a stretcher. And according to many surveys done by AARP, instead of moving to options like nursing homes, older adults really want to age comfortably and safely at home. And this has been the case for Tompkins County as well. Moreover, most older adults own their places. So according to 2022 ACS data, in Tompkins County, 78% of the population who age 65 and older owns their housings. And on a broader level, for the New York State, 66% of the population who age 85 and older own their homes and have no mortgages. And 46 of these older homeowners actually live alone. So this is a real issue. Adapting homes is a really significant factors to help with healthy and active aging for older adults. So among the residents in Tompkins County who has started to take actions on modifying their homes, they have faced a couple challenges. First is a regional labor shortage. From our interviews, we have learned that the wait list for something for smaller projects, for example, like installing a grab bar, could be up to months with a private contractors. And there's also concerns on the impact of home modifications on property tax revaluation, meaning that residents want to modify their homes but wasn't sure if they will eventually bear the risk of an increased property tax because these improvement projects. So the office was also thinking to propose something like a tax rebate program specifically for senior home modification, but wasn't sure if that's actually necessary. So with all these questions, we were able to identify a list of stakeholders, so from the county offices, from the town of Ithaca, to the tax assessment office, and also to more on the community level, the community-based organizations such as NHS, which is a really dedicated affordable housing developers in the community, and also to private contractors such as Sunnybrook Builders. And we were also able to use the data we gathered from these interviews to develop a cost-benefit analysis to address the biggest concern, which is property tax, which you can see on the right-hand side? Yeah, on the right-hand side on the slides. So what are the findings for the property tax? I'm going to briefly go over that. So we have found that property tax is really not a problem for modifications because the issue of the building permits is really a tipping point of this whole spectrum of home modifications. So smaller scale modifications such as installing wet bars, adding a shower seat usually will not requires a building permit and therefore will not trigger an increase in property tax. And larger scale modifications such as remodeling a first level bathroom or kitchen's redesign usually needs a building permit, but they do not necessarily increase property tax. This is because the office primarily use a sales comparison approach for residential properties, meaning that your property tax is really determined based on the market value of your property instead of the substantial growth coming from these improvement projects. Okay. So now to Chloe to continue talking about the implication we have found for local governments and practitioners.
Thank you, Shenyi. So I will talk about what you guys can all take from our findings in Tompkins County. So the first one is that from our work, we found an opportunity to tap into community resources and to increase people's ability to age in place and modify their homes. So they can reach out to community partners and organizations to perform home safety assessments. So professionals like certified aging in place specialists, CAPS, can provide advice. And places such as the Tompkins County Aging Office, the Finger Lakes Independence Center, or FLIC, and those livable home services can also offer free advice and consultations. They can identify also through these assessments smaller home interventions that require minimal hardware that are very accessible to do, such as installing grab bars, maybe a wheelchair ramp, changing the doorknob handles, and so on. They can also consolidate and mobilize community resources to advertise that modifying homes is an accessible task, or they can offer community resources such as a loan closet for quick needs, testing, or temporary changes in your home. So if someone needs a shower seat, maybe needs a wheelchair, wants to test something out before committing to maybe buying one themselves, or with like a temporary injury can borrow something instead of having to fork over the money, if you will. There can also be workforce development and training programs to bridge that labor shortage gap that we saw. So again, with smaller interventions, and you can probably get labor from, excuse me, community organizations or from services such as the fire department. The next point was to inform residents about home modifications and property tax, since within our findings we saw that the majority of home modifications that people would entail do not require a building permit, nor would lead to an increase in their property tax. So we can communicate that information through collaborating with the tax assessment office, local newspapers, any sort of local media source, even putting together like an informational flyer or creating a little interactive community workshop, again, partnering with local community hubs such as maybe the library. We can also look to apply the universal design principles to the zoning ordinance in order to tackle the, redesigning homes as well as the development of newer homes. So universal design is design that considers all possible users from young children to older adults, essentially trying to minimize the needs of physical interventions to the home whilst maximizing accessibility. So we can see examples of universal design and visibility guidelines from the AARP. So some examples of that include a no-step entry, wider doorways for wheelchair access, easy grass lever style handles in place of doorknobs in the bathrooms or just throughout the home, etc. Also, for Tompkins County, you can create a toolkit about the home modification process. Because whenever you're modifying homes, you have to interact with many different stakeholders, and it can get easy to lose track of who you're talking to, or what else you need to do, or what's the next step. So creating a community-facing document that is step-by-step to have those resources that people who are doing the modifying of their homes would need, such as trusted local contractors, where can I get financial support, some advice on what do I actually need and what do I want to invest in, what's a priority, and then also just generally assistive equipment, as well as, like I just said, points of contact. So what does this all mean for the local government? The first is building an age-friendly city starts with understanding the needs of older adults and children. That goes for all of our presentations. So outreach, information sharing, training the planning boards with an age-friendly guide like we discussed earlier, as well as stimulating market response, because there is opportunities to address what will be a growing need, which is the aging population and the changes in what communities will overall need. The second is building an age-friendly city is about building the future. So going back to what I had stated about building codes for universal design. And then on this last point, to mobilize the community to adapt their homes for older adults aging in place. So again, making those community partnerships with local community services such as libraries and fire departments. And I can't read my own last point. And the final takeaway message is do not leave this to us, the youth, the next generation. The time to act is now, so that's also on you guys, not just us. Thank you so much. This is a QR code for our work. Thanks.
I want to thank you all for those really excellent presentations. We're going to move now into the question and answer portion and take some questions from the audience. I think there's probably going to be a lot of engagement, so I'll defer to the audience questions first.
Excellent. Okay. Hi, Lee, Chief Economist at the Rockefeller Institute. I was also a resident of Tompkins County for 7 years. Are there additional complications when you have a locality that has such a transient population for a large section of it between the two universities, which are the main employers? You have a lot of people who are not permanent. Does that kind of change the buy-in? Are there different ways to sort of address some of these zoning issues when you have so many 18 to 25-year-olds who are cycling in for 4 to 7 years at a time?
I will attempt to answer that. This is going to be just, yeah. I will say I think Tompkins County is very diverse. I think most people just think about Ithaca and Cornell and Ithaca College, but a lot of the towns that we have talked to do contain considerable older populations. And you also have to think about the people who move and live and work at Cornell and Ithaca College. Those are people raising children. Those are people who are going to stay there for years. I think, you know, the reason that these projects are possible is because the County Office for the Aging has seen the need, and you know, they have been very engaged with Cornell. These projects with COFA have been going on for years now, and I think there is a lot of buy-in. COFA recognizes the need, and I think, they want to be a leader in this, and I think us being students and having access to research and funding and time, they want to take advantage of that. So I think we're helping with buy-in, but I think the buy-in is also kind of already there. I don't know if anyone wants to add to that. Dr. Warner could provide a very good answer to that, considering she's been doing this work with COFA for many years. But yeah.
I might just add on, so that's definitely the brighter side of the story. So we're free labors and we're generating hopefully some helpful knowledges for the community. But given that there's like continuing influx of like demographic change in population, especially for younger students, I think one takeaway for maybe local practitioners is that when we're doing demographic research, pay attention to like the average age of the community, because in the case of Tompkins County, really the older adults stays young just based on the average age, because each year there's new students coming in, but in the reality that's not really the cases. So just want to add on to that.
If I could just follow up then with that, because it struck me as you were talking, well, so many of your the focus obviously is improving services age-friendly for adults. You also mentioned throughout the presentation all ages. And lurking in the back of my mind was also the silver tsunami and the generational deficit of people in positions of government. Do you see any pathway for your research to also try to engage, not just put the burden on young people, but engage young people and get them into government services as well?
Yeah, so one of the petals on the flower framework, I don't know if there's no way you had time to read them all, is participation. And so I think Ithaca has a really good example of getting youth involved. They have, I don't know the name, but there's a youth council that basically meets with, I think it's the Common Council, we have the town of Ithaca and the city council and the city of Ithaca. But they meet with local government leaders, I don't know how often, and they talk about issues specific to youth, but I think it also shows them what opportunities there are for them in government as well. So I know we didn't highlight a lot of youth engaged things, but all of Ithaca works really well. They have a very robust agency collaboration network where like the Ithaca Youth Bureau works really well with the city of Ithaca, which works really well with COFA and the different agencies. So I think that's why we're able to do this kind of work, is because they're all really connected.
I want to add to this question, actually our initial research object was set to 3 public services, that is libraries, fire departments, and schools. But it turns out that schools, they have already pay much attention to the children itself, to the youth itself, so we ended up choosing another 2 institutions, so that we can focus more to the broader community, both the seniors and the children. And we think that for all the practices done by the libraries and fire companies, they can also be targeted to the whole community, not only targeted on the seniors.
This question is for Chenming. You mentioned fire departments and libraries. I was just wondering, in your research, did you look at the paid versus unpaid component of those two? Obviously, library employees mostly paid, but in many rural areas, fire departments are almost all volunteers. Yeah. So I was just thinking of asking them to do more is almost like asking a volunteer to do more volunteer work. I mean, maybe they are motivated to do that and there's no issues, or maybe they would say, hey, listen, we're already constrained based off of our availability, and being unpaid workers, we might not have the capacity, even though we do have great facilities that could be used.
Yeah, so that is also the main concerns that we have during this project. So we think for fire companies, right now we encourage them to do the joint use event, because this method just simply requires the fire departments, they can offer the space they have when they are not being occupied. And so because most of them, they are volunteers, so and their responsibility is about emergency response rather than like helping people, helping the communities, helping the seniors. So for this project, we encourage more joint use, like and also we don't want require like other volunteers to do actual work in terms of it.
Thank you all for your excellent presentations. I was particularly interested in all of them, but the last presentation and thinking about investing in rehabilitation and remodeling of homes for aging in place. And Tompkins County is, I think, very challenging. It's expensive and difficult to find contractors. And I think some seniors may have access to informal networks to help them with that, but I was also thinking about case managers, and if perhaps the Office of the Aging or some other entity in Tompkins County might have the capacity to think about a case manager model where perhaps there's case managers that can help seniors to access networks and remodeling opportunities and contractors. Have you looked at that?
So I think Chloe maybe know more about this, but I think the case manager model kind of reminds me of what INHS has been doing, which we have mentioned is one of our interviewees. So they are a community-based nonprofit organization who has who has built a lot of networks with the local community throughout the years, and they also offer like volunteer programs to help address the labor problem. So help installing grab bars or loan out like repairing tools and things like that. So that kind of sounds familiar to it, but I'm not sure if that's directly related to. But
yeah, I think that the case manager model is not something that at least I had thought about, but mentioning the INHS I think is a great example because they do have close relations with specific residents and they do help them right now actually with the home modification process step by step. So I think there is an opportunity for COFA to actually look into that and see if they would have the capacity to do that. I think right now though, if they do not have the capacity to do that, that's where maybe the toolkit kind of comes in as like a go-to resource for kind of help, and then from there to answer like direct questions. But I know that that would be typically less helpful because, oh, do you want me to look at this resource and then try and like figure out what this actually says when I could just talk to someone? But yes, to your point, I think that's something very interesting and something that we could look into further.
Thank you for the presentations. I was wondering in your research if you gathered from seniors where they get their information. So I agree, like libraries have fantastic services, but you don't really ever know about them unless you know to go look for them. And all of the resources and toolkits that you're proposing, being disseminated through organizations and so on. But where do Tompkins County seniors go when they want information? Informal networks, media, the aging organizations, because I think all of these toolkits would be so useful, but to make sure that they get to the right, to who you want them to go to.
I know that COFA, at least the Tompkins County Office for the Aging, has a really strong communications network. They recognize that some residents need mailers, some actually do use smartphones. We talked to their communications director a little bit, and I mean, I think he's one of the hardest workers there, just figuring out who needs what, whether it's radio, like using their radio, going on TV when they can. I think that, but I think there's also a lot of, informal networks that we don't necessarily recognize or know about. But I think, at least this guidebook we're trying to implement into communities where a lot of the, local planning boards are older, and, if even people who come to any kind of planning meeting recognize this information or recognize that the community is trying to be more age-friendly, And again, this is all about cross-agency collaboration. So if like one planning board recognizes age friendliness, maybe they'll recognize services that the library is working on or COFA is providing. Yeah, so again, COFA is really strong, but we're hoping to help improve those networks as well.
I think Luke covers most of the point that I want to discuss. So I think when the senior, they are in the needs and they want to get the information they want, they go to the hub. So the hub is a place where they trust and they believe their information can be provided, and they think this information are true and can help them in time. So this hub is a kind of could be the informal kind of connection and could be the government entity, but what we are trying to kind of emphasize is how this government entity to be more trustable and be more respectful to the community members, residents, and make them to rely on the resources they already have. Yeah.
If I could just do a quick follow-up on that. The idea of hubs and guidebooks, I'm ancient, so I remember, the problems that we used to have. I was wondering if you guys could speak to a little bit of how do you keep those resources current, and how are you speaking to making sure that they're refreshed and that what format do they actually take? I guess I'm asking as well.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. When I worked as a planner, we had some instructional guidebooks and stuff that were ancient and do not apply to anything. But I think our use of case studies, of current case studies and examples of what different communities are doing really helps with that. And also I think it's just an ongoing conversation with COFA. They're the ones that recognize the needs. They're the ones who older adults come to, people looking for childcare come to. And I think just constantly working with them. I don't think that this is something, like most plans, I don't think guidebooks should just sit on shelves or just sit as linked on a website and just stay there forever. I think it is something that needs to be constantly updated. But I also think it's something, it's kind of a burden we're gonna have to place on communities because we're only gonna be here for 2 years. This guidebook is gonna be out of date in 2 years. So I think just instilling the idea of age friendliness and what they can do, yeah, that's it. I think remaining static is definitely not helpful.
Thank you. Other questions?
Hello. Oh, there it is. Hi, my name is Jack Baldwin. I have a lot of questions. Maybe we need to talk about it over lunch. But I think from some of the research that I've done and thinking about delivery services in a general term, it might apply more to the Instacart group. But specifically, when we talk about delivery services, we also need to talk about what is being delivered. And so it kind of offers this maybe challenge or opportunity that I'm wondering if you've thought about. So for example, with Instacart, what is being delivered? And have we thought about, for example, what food is being delivered? Is it healthy food? Who gets to choose what kind of food it is? There's issues with mobility when we talk about older adults, and whether that food is pre-made, if it's not pre-made, if it has to be cooked. And also, when is it delivered? Is it delivered at certain times? Is it fresh? So just kind of, there's a lot right now of burgeoning literature in the food space about what that looks like. So not just providing a service, but what exactly is that service and why is it important?
Thanks. It's a really good question because I think while we're talking about these third-party delivery services, it provide delivery services, but it also means it provide all kinds of daily necessities, food and medicines we will need in our daily life. And I think you're talking about whether those food are fresh and where they deliver in time, maybe they deliver in the same day, or those questions were all included in our report because we create a large chart which includes all the pharmacies and grocery stores in Tompkins County, which implies the delivery time, like they deliver within 2 hours or they need to deliver tomorrow, and the categories they deliver. It depends on what kind of store, because Instacart have collaboration with more than 20 stores in Tompkins County. So like there is one chain grocery store called Green Star, which provide all kinds of fresh vegetables. It's very healthy. If you want eat healthy food, you don't need any meat. You want some organic healthy food, you can just go to Instacart and search Green Star, and you just order food from this store. It can, but if sometimes you want eat something it's already cooked, you don't want to cook by yourself, you can also search for some store. They will provide the pre-cooked salad or pre-cooked meat. You can just using your microwave, maybe cook these for 1 or 2 minutes. It's all set. And sometimes Instacart is really powerful as long as you know what kind of services you want and you know how to use the search bar in the app so that you can get nearly everything you need and it can satisfy all kinds of your requirements. Thanks.
I also want to add on to that. Actually, the grocery stores we are researching are mostly delivering healthy food, mostly because for those dollar stores that they also provide food options, but sometimes they provide more unhealthy food. And we have done research for that, but it's like a separate, because we just divided with divide it up, because usually people who go to dollar stores, they will do just in-store purchase, because usually they will be much more cheaper than ordering them on Instacart. So we mostly researching on the same day delivery or delivering on the next day, because sometimes if you make orders, like if you say like you can delivery by the next day, it will be cheaper, like they can be like 5% off sometimes. And also for the medication, we did research both on descriptive medicine and also non-descriptive ones, and we research more about the same-day delivery, because for the mailing options, that if they deliver at a later date, they can always be delivered. Like if you order on Amazon or other platforms, they can always be delivered. So we mainly focus on the same-day delivery or the next day options. And yeah, we initially took Instacart as an example, but also it's an example, but actually other delivery apps, they are also doing certain collaborations with the pharmacies and stores in Tompkins County.
The reason we choose Instacart is Instacart covers almost every grocery stores and pharmacies in the county. And I also just, when I went to other cities like New York City or Boston, I also tried using Instacart to order something. I see that I think literally in every city, Instacart can have the collaboration with nearly all of those stores and pharmacies in every city.
So I guess one of the questions I had is around, have you thought about the sort of income level of the seniors and using the delivery apps? So I know in past work I've done, if you're on SNAP benefits, that will not cover your delivery fee. So at that point, it might even be, what is that delivery fee might actually be a hurdle for those low-income folks. So I didn't know to what extent you're thinking about where people are in that income level.
Thanks. Actually, we did do research on that. So I have mentioned before that there is one key barrier preventing those senior adults using delivery apps if they concerned about the cost or the hidden fee. So we create like a mode of the charge to tell them. I think if you want to buy something like you add $50 of the products in your cart, you end up paying will be 10% to 15% more than the $15, because this 10 to 15% includes the taxes, the fees, the service fees, and the tips to the delivery man. So normally you need to you need to pay more. You need to pay 10 to 15% more than the products you want to buy. And we have did online services with more than 200 senior adults in Tompkins County, and there is one survey is that are they willing to using delivery services just according to this extra charge? And we think, according to our research, most of the senior adults in Tompkins County, they were middle class, so they can afford such delivery fees. Because if you go to the stores by yourself, you also need to drive and you need to pay the gas fee. So it's I think for middle class, they can afford that.
Yeah, but also for the questionnaires we collected, there are definitely certain very extreme feedbacks, like certain because we also receive the questionnaires from people from like different, as you mentioned, or maybe social economic class, and some of them they really explain very extreme like unwillingness or say to use these platforms.
Hi. So on the delivery services, I think I use them a lot, and I think it's a really good opportunity. But when thinking about the intersectionality with older adults or just people who are in the rural areas, because early on in the presentation you mentioned people in rural areas are more likely to have low access to resources, low access to services, more likely to be isolated. They're also more likely to be isolated from internet and data plans and cell phones. So did you look into, or do you have any plans for how people out there might be able to access these delivery services? Because I know that can be a problem.
Yes, thanks for your question. We created a map for the people living in different areas to delineate whether they are living within the delivery services area. And another is we are trying to create a brochure which will teach people on how to use delivery services apps, and if there are something important things they need to know while using those delivery apps. And we keep this brochure very short and precise and easy to understand to help them to use such delivery services. And we also just contact our professor, Dr. Mildred Warner, to use our first version of brochure, and she can successfully use this brochure and place order on her own. So which means it can make a sense. And as you referring to the people living in the remote areas, maybe they lacking access to the smart devices. So I think this can be addressed related to the library and other public services facilities. Like we can have a staff in the public facilities, like in the public libraries, that who's responsible for addressing such delivery or addressing the technology issues with senior adults living in remote areas. And for public libraries, we can place some smartphones and place maybe 1 or 2 computers there, and there are one just technician who will help senior adults to gain access to such technology and help them like placing orders, like help them surfing the internet, help them do anything with those technologies. I think this can be related to the public services facilities. So which means public services facilities is really important and need to I think those services need to be put on some remote areas, and that's what the government need to do. And we need to figure out what kind of the way we put in those public facilities. And yeah.
Thank you. We're at time, so lots more conversations to continue over lunch. But this concludes panel of the day. And again, I want to thank all of our panelists and the audience. We're going to take a short break and we'll return for our third panel, Local Finances and Resources, moderated by Rockefeller Institute President Bob Magna. Thank you.
studying.
Yeah, she has all the students coming in for this class. You are in what? Planning?
Yeah,
Planning.
I'm in the floor plan. But I study local government financial research.
Okay, I think we're ready to start. If people are ready for the next group of presentations. So this is panel 3, which is local finances and resource needs. If the word finances shows up in anything that Rockefeller does, they make me do it. So hi to everyone. Again, I don't think we need a long introduction. I think we have some really interesting topics and some interesting folks to do the presentation. So let's jump right in. And we're going to go first to our first presenter, Benjamin Wetzler. And he's going to talk to us about promoting affordable housing in well-resourced neighborhoods. And Benjamin, it's you.
The button's not working. Oh, there you go. Hi, everybody. My name is Ben Wetzler. I'm a research with New York State Homes and Community Renewal's Office of Research and Strategic Analysis. I'm going to be presenting a paper that our team has written called Promoting Affordable Housing in Well-Resourced Neighborhoods, a regional approach to assessing neighborhood resources. This is the culmination of some research we've done over the past few years to both quantify neighborhood resources and use them for the purposes of developing community development strategies for the work that we do at HCR. So, why is it not doing that? There you go. So, what are neighborhood resources? Neighborhood resources are qualities that are connected to a specific geography. They can either be geospatial measures or demographic measures that are associated with beneficial outcomes for children, for families with children. So these are quantifiable. All of our research was inspired by and draws significantly from some 2015 research that Raj Chetty did at the Child Opportunity Institute. And in 2015, Chetty found that an 8-year-old child moving from a low poverty census tract to a high poverty census tract increased their lifetime earnings by somewhere on the order of $300,000. So this is important for us, the work that we do at HCR. We are the state's housing finance agency, so we allocate capital subsidies, and a number of other affordable housing subsidies. And we wanted to make sure that that we were paying attention to this because these kinds of small interventions can lead to very, very significant results over decades after we have spent some money. You're seeing significant results. So our goal here was to build an index that measures neighborhood resources so that we could an index to measure neighborhood resources so that we could build strategies for community development and target our agency's resources. This started with some work that we began in 2018, which we called well-resourced areas. This was a binary measure. We were simply sorting census tracts into well-resourced or not well-resourced, and it was based only on 2 criteria. The first was that they had to have the census tract had to have a poverty rate below 10%, and the second one was that the 5-year average for English and math scores for the public school district associated with that census tract had to be in the upper half of scores of percentage proficiency across the state. So it was a relatively simple measure. Covered about 25% the first time we did it of the census tracts in the state were considered well-resourced. And in 2019, the agency amended our qualified allocation plan for the low-income housing tax credit to identify as a state housing policy goal the construction of more multifamily affordable housing multifamily housing affordable to families with children located in these census tracts. And then that same year, we created what we called a Moving to Opportunity program for certain select census tracts. We based one of the criteria we used was whether or not they were well-resourced area for our Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher program. So this has been a meaningful commitment of agency subsidy resources towards this goal. We recently, in the last last year or two, wanted to improve on this work. We had some issues with some of the data that was feeding the well-resourced area designation. We wanted to incorporate a much wider scope of types of measures that are associated with child opportunity. That was one of the main drivers, was we wanted to go beyond just this very simple education and poverty measure. And the most important thing was we wanted a measure, an index of measures that we could use to compare tracts for one another for analytical purposes, not just sort them into yes or no. So we developed the Neighborhood Resource Index. That's what we're calling it. It is composed of 24 measures across 4 domains. They are the final index score is based on a comparison of those measures regionally. We divided the state up into 4 regions because we wanted to make sure that we were comparing census tracts that were in comparable situations in terms of their housing stock and their demographic needs, or their demographic profile. And it was a scale of 0 to 100. It was not this in and out, you're either well-resourced or you're not, which makes it much more beneficial for us in doing analysis. So what are those 24 measures? You can't see because it's not moving forward. There you go. So the first domain that we looked at was income and employment. You can see a list of I'm not going to list them all out, but the ones with the red minus sign are the ones that are associated, the measures that we saw as being associated with low opportunity. The green plus sign is high opportunity. You can see on the right there's a reference to past research that demonstrates that these are associated, these have a causal relationship with child opportunity over the course of the lifetime of a child moving forward. We did a pretty extensive lit review as the first step in doing this. We wanted to make sure that we were selecting things that had been proven to have a major life impact. So the next, that was the first one, was employment. The second is education, demographics, and housing and amenities. Housing and amenities is the one that really includes the most geospatial components, like proximity to parks, to healthcare resources, things like that, as well as census data, like how many households are overcrowded, things like that. So once we had those, constructing the index is actually pretty simple. We just took the z-score for all of those measures and assigned each domain a 0 to 25 score based on how the tract compared to the other tracts in its region. When we say region, these are the 4 regions that we looked at. The first is the city of New York. It's pretty simple. The 4 surrounding counties, Rockland, Westchester, Nassau, and Suffolk, were the second region. We called that the downstate suburbs. And then HUD entitlement areas north of Westchester County, we use those as kind of a proxy for urbanization. Those are our urban upstate areas, and then upstate rural is sort of everything else in the state. We wanted to make sure that we were comparing like tracts to other like tracts, which is why we decided to do it this way. So the data sources that we looked at, and this was important because we wanted to make sure that our research was replicable, but also that it was reliable. We could update it every year going forward, and that it was predictable for the different organizations that our agency partners with. You can see the list of data sources that we had, but they had to be available to the public, and we wanted to make sure that they were regularly updated so that this wasn't just a static measure. It was something that every year, every 2 years, we could update. So here is the capital region. These are census tracts color-coded by quintile. For the Neighborhood Resource Index, you can see the highest opportunity areas, the ones in dark blue. They are the suburbs of Albany County, Saratoga County, and Rensselaer County. whereas the inner city of Albany tends to score very low. This is one of our major findings that we found was that basically neighborhood opportunity is a proxy for suburbanization in much of the state, which reflects demographic and urban planning trends that go back decades. That was one of our major findings. Here you can see the city of New York follows more or less the same pattern with the exception of core Manhattan and some of the waterfront areas of Brooklyn and Queens, which tend to be higher income and more expensive areas with better resources. But then when you look at the Bronx and further out neighborhoods in Brooklyn and Queens, you see much lower opportunity. And then once you get out into Long Island, the score goes back up again. And onto Staten Island, the score goes back up again. Here's Long Island again, same basic thing. And the, come on. Yeah, one other thing, I had to cut some stuff from the presentation, but if you should read the paper, it's got a lot more interesting details about correlations. But one thing that I really wanted to emphasize and that will guide, I think, future research on the subject is that this measure correlates with a lot of other measures that you would associate with social and economic equity and generally beneficial outcomes, even though they are not necessarily causal relationships between child opportunity. And so some of the things that we found were that high wages, high home ownership rates, and high property values were all strongly correlated with neighborhood resources. That makes sense. It's true across every part of the state. My kind of intuition is that the high wages is more of because we looked at poverty and employment as one of our domains. But home ownership and prices, I think, is probably on a second order thing where people are willing to spend more money to live in a higher opportunity as opposed to a lower opportunity area. The share of the employed population who is that is white varied considerably by region, actually, in a way that surprised me. There was only modest correlation in the two downstate regions, New York City and the New York City suburbs. There was absolutely no correlation, no meaningful correlation in the upstate rural areas, but there was a very, very high correlation for the upstate urban areas. And that I expect, our team assumed was mostly the legacy of white flight in the post-war era. So, 9 minutes and 58 seconds.
Don't waste your 10 seconds. That's already done.
I've got some. Like I said, I had to cut some stuff.
Thank you, Benjamin. I'm always, happy and sometimes surprised after spending a lifetime on state government issues that anyone would actually use data to try to solve a problem. Let's go to presentation number 2 and jump right in, the impact of the property tax cap on local governments in New York State. Jihan Liang.
Yeah, Jiahe Liang.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jiahe Liang. I'm going to present my research on the impacts of property tax cap on the local governments in New York State for the first decade. So this research is supervised by Professor Mildred Warner from the Department of City and Regional Planning. Although I'm from the Department of City and Regional Planning, but I focus on the local government studies all the time. Sorry about that. And then, so let me briefly introduce the property tax cap in New York State. So the New York State property tax cap has been in place since 2012. However, limited studies have explored its role on local government finance, especially the revenue structure and the expenditure structure. So the tax cap basically aims to limit local property tax caps and expenditure growth as a way to provide tax relief to the New Yorkers. And the basic formula is the state government set the local government property tax growth rate by 2% or CPI, whichever is lower. So a survey in 2013 conducted by Professor Mildred Warner said over 60% of villages and many counties, towns, governments have faced increased fiscal stress due to the tax cap and Great Recession. However, there is limited studies to really revisit the impact of New York State tax cap on local government finance over the past decade. So this research aims to level this gap. Our analysis includes all the cities, counties, towns, and villages, but except New York City, because the New York City has been exempted from the tax cap. And our data source is collected from the State Comptroller Office for local governments. We select the data spanning period from 2000 to 2021, and importantly, our revenues and expenditures are deflated by the CPI, so the data showing here is in real terms. This is the local revenue structures aggregated by all kinds of local governments in New York State. The blue line shows the property tax, the orange line shows the sales and use tax. The green line shows the charges for services, state aid, and then federal aid in the bottom. So the property tax, we see a clear stagnant pattern after 2012, and it dropped it by 483 million from 2019 to 2021. This is the role of property tax cap being in place. And the sales and use tax has been covered alternative resources. This is the theory expected. The local governments find an alternative to offset their revenue loss. And the charges for services has been flattened, surprisingly, because we expect the charges for service will also increase if the property tax dropped. The state aid has been flattened and declined over time, but still contribute more than 10% of local government revenue structure, and the federal aid increased slightly, but it still accounts less than 10%. We also disaggregate our analysis by types of governments. So in the counties, we see the sales and use tax is the largest proportion, which accounted for over 35% recently, and the property tax has been declined over time to nearly 20%. And cities has a more diverse revenue structure, which is good if the tax cap comes into effect. But however, the property tax still accounts for more than 25% of the total revenue structure of cities. And the state aid, sorry, I don't know why the legend has not shown in there. But the second one is the property tax in green line has been declined. And yeah, let's go to here. In towns and villages, property tax is the most important revenues. They rely on property tax. So in this sense, the tax cap has harmed the finance sustainability of villages and towns. So the property tax cap set 2% as the limit, but we find should 2% be the limit? In the past 10 years, only 4 out of 10 years between 2012 and 2021 had a CPI higher than 2%, which is good because the local governments can still run over the inflation. But inflation has risen and become over 2% recently, mostly from 2020. So this will result in a significant decline in local government revenues in real terms, because the state government set the 2% as the cap, but the CPI is higher than 2%. So we also find that CPI has a large variation over time, which questions the formula of state government to use the prior year's inflation rate as the measurement of this year's formula. So this picture shows the property tax shortfall. We find that the red line is the property tax trend in current dollars. The black line shows the property tax trends in constant dollars. And we find that the interplay between the tax gap and the recent high inflation has pushed a dramatic loss of local revenues in real terms. So in the red lines, we can see the annual change of property tax has been rise in all years, and it increased on 1.67% on average. But in real terms, the black line, it shows the annual trends were negative in 6 out of 10 years. So we see a perception, the perceptional gap between the policymakers and the real situations. So the red area basically shows that the poverty test actually has been declined over time. We do a projection after we study the impact of poverty test cap over the past decade. We asked if inflation had been 4% over the past decade, what would it look like? So the blue line shows the poverty test trend deflated by annual CPI 4%, and we see that the annual trend would become negative in all years, and it will decrease 2% on average each year. And the 4%, why we select 4% is because the inflation rate is 4% recently. And the gray area shows that if we had been a 4% inflation rate, the poverty tax gap would drop the poverty tax by 11.98 billion. So we also studied the impact of tax cap on local expenditures. We find that all expenditure categories has been flattened, which is the goal of the tax cap. We see the 5 major expenditure categories such as general government, employee benefits, public safety, sanitation, and transportation. They have been flattened and declined slightly. But local governments have the right to override the tax cap if they wish the supermajority of the governing board to vote to override the cap. The picture shown in the left side is the local government's way to planning to override the tax cap. We can see they have similar pattern with the CPI map. It increased in 2013 because at that time the local government is uncertain about what their actual tax cap might be. So they for their insurance they override the tax cap in the early years, and it plan to override rates, which can see roughly mirror the trends in the CPI with higher overrides in a higher inflation year. So my conclusion is that a poverty tax cap set the annual growth below the inflation rate means loss of local government revenues and expenditures in real terms. The sales tax saved New York State local governments from fiscal distress in the first decade. But what about the next decade? So we recommend to the state government to reform the tax cap. The first thing is the tax cap should be packed with inflation, but not limited to 2% because we are in the high inflation periods. It also lead to exempt public capital investment in infrastructure. The state should also assume more fiscal responsibilities, increase the state relief, and reduce the mandate. Thank you. This is the QR code for the full report. Thank you very much.
Oh, I have a lot of questions. Having lived through that period of time, great presentation, thank you. So our last presentation today is from someone I've had the pleasure to have worked with for a few years now, Rahul Pathak, and he's going to talk to us about the fiscal response to the new wave of immigrants and how cities are responding.
Thanks, Bob. And this project very much is a product of my conversations with Bob, and it's very much a work in progress. Rachel sent me the details that I have 10 minutes and I had 20 slides, so I'll probably skip over some of the slides as I go along. So for any one of you who has been following the headlines, who work in the budget space, you're very much familiar with the challenge that some cities in particular are facing related to migration and supporting migrants through shelters and things like that. And this has particularly intensified since Title 42, which was a pandemic era law that allowed border agents to send back migrants without processing at the border. That allowed 2.8 million migrants to be sent back during the pandemic, but the COVID emergency was ended in May of 2023, so that was done away with. And since then, we have seen particularly a significant rise in the encounters at the border. And we have also seen a change in the composition of migrants. We know about the problems in Cuba, Venezuela, and Haiti. So we are seeing much more migration from these countries. So in you will see the share of those migrants increasing, particularly during the last year or so. The problem of migration for the cities, particularly some democratically elected cities with democratically elected leaders, it has been intensified again because the governor's office in the state of Texas have been busing migrants to selected cities around the country. New York has got the largest share of these migrants, followed by Chicago, Denver, and there are other cities like LA and DC and Philadelphia, and there are many other cities. If you look at the migrant encounters at the border during last 4 fiscal years, we see that actually fiscal year 24, last few months, we have the largest numbers of migrants showing up. So this is not a crisis that's behind us. It's something that's very much ongoing and in fact picking up momentum. As we go along, probably during this fiscal year, we'll see more of this in the news. And there are certain cities that make the headlines, but there are other cities that are also cities where, because migrants will come to New York and then eventually they have relatives and friends in other cities and they'll move out to some smaller cities, etc. And they will engage with the public services in those cities. So in this project, I focus on New York, Chicago, and Denver. And then there are these other cities that also make headlines. So this is something that's probably we can focus on as we go along during the course of this project. Federal government has done a bunch of things during the last couple of years. For example, they've given what is called as temporary protected status to Venezuelan migrants that allows them to get work authorizations in an expedited manner. On the financial side, federal intervention has been very limited. FEMA has a grant program called Shelter and Services Program that was started in fiscal year 23. They allotted $800 million for that program in fiscal year 23, but the budget was slashed to $650 million in fiscal year 24. There was a national security supplemental bill that included aid to Ukraine, but also sneaked in some additional funding, $1.2 billion for SSP, but that didn't go through in the February of this year. This table is just a summary of some of the cities that are getting the money through SSP, so fiscal year 24 allocations part. There's also a competitive part to this grant program, and we see New York is the largest beneficiary of that, but you see the geography of the impact in some sense, and some nonprofits and charities can also get some of this money. Now, coming back to New York, we see that there are about 65,000 migrants in the shelters of the city right now. This number is slightly dated. It was from Comptroller's office 3 weeks back, but 2 days back on April 24th, the mayor has released the executive budget, and the current number that they say is 192,000 migrants at the cost of $4.3 billion that they have spent until now, and a total estimated spending of $10 billion fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 25. We are also seeing some externalities of this. We have seen around 35,000 new students who are living in temporary housing in New York's public school system. We are also seeing a lot of other impact on social services and so on. I won't go into the details of this because there's limited time, but I can happily talk about this later. But state has given in New York decent amount of funding after some back and forth. In fiscal year 24, state is spending $2.4 billion. On the federal money, in fiscal year 23, New York was allotted $150 million, but there was a requirement of submitting alien registration numbers, which New York didn't keep a track of in the initial month. So they have still not got all the money. They just got $49 million out of that $150 million pot from the federal money. And then there are other efforts that are going on. In Chicago, they call it the New Arrivals Mission. They have received around 40,000 migrants. They have spent close to $300 million, more than $300 million. Again, around 12,000 kids showing up in the school district system, in the public school system. In Chicago, there is Cook County, there is City of Chicago, and then there is state, and the state is a much more significant player. They are actively involved in the funding and in the processes. So for fiscal year 24, they have a budget of about $800 million money coming from all three jurisdictions for the support services that they are offering. I included Denver because Denver turned out to be very interesting. It's not typically a city that we'll think about as showing up in these kind of things, but in the period from 16 to 2020, where there was a political turmoil in some sense, which probably will start again later this year. So Denver was very active in saying that we are a welcoming city and we'll not cooperate with immigrant enforcement and so on and so forth. And as a result of that, they have been at receiving end of the fury from Texas in particular. So they have received around 40,000 migrants as well. But they have spent just $68 million on supporting these migrants. Many of these migrants have shown up recently. They have not received a significant amount of funds from the state, just $3.5 million, despite state has said that they'll give some money for the school district system. For fiscal year 24, they were thinking of their older approach of providing shelters, etc., which was costing them around $180 million. But what they have done now is they have started something called Asylum Seeker Program that involves 6 months of rental support and other services like help with immigration, some food support, and some transportation support, etc., and that reduced their spending by almost half. So they came to $90 million. They didn't even have money for that. So they enacted a set of budget cuts to fund almost half of it, which has been a controversial issue back in Denver. For other funds, they are relying on some FEMA money, some other transfers from different funds and general fund and so on and so forth. If you look at the comparative picture, it's interesting. I consciously didn't divide the numbers by each other to come up with a per capita estimate because there's variation in the kind of services these cities are providing. So Denver, around 40,000 migrants at the cost of $68 million. Chicago, roughly the same amount of migrants at the cost of $300 billion. And New York, 192,000 migrants at the cost of $4.3 billion. That's the latest number that we have. So if you even work out, say, Chicago parameters, that should have been $1.5 billion. But New York had a law that required shelters have to be provided. They've changed that recently. So there is variation in the cost of living in these cities, the cost of providing services in these cities, and the kind of services that are being provided. So there is some lesson to learn for New York probably and for cities from each other in terms of the way they are responding to the crisis. In summary, this current wave of migration is again a testament to the tensions that we are seeing in fiscal federalism. We saw this during COVID pandemic. We saw this during state and local tax deduction debate that has been at the center in New York, New Jersey, and high-tax states like California. And the current funding support that has been provided by federal government is sort of a piecemeal approach, and there needs to be more discussion and probably more support from the federal government, because these are not problems of these cities in some sense. It's a national problem in some sense. There are wide differences in costs of these cities, and if this continues, then cities will also have an impact on their credit rating, etc. Credit rating agencies are already taking a note of this. So this S&P ratings put out a report, and this is an election year. It's an ongoing crisis. So a lot of what will happen on this front will be affected by the outcome of the election and the politics that happens on this issue, because this is immigration and abortion are the two key issues that are driving the 2024 election. So more stay tuned. We'll probably this will evolve as we go along, and we'll probably put out something in the public domain very soon. But I look forward to any comments and feedback. Thank you.
I want to thank all three presenters. I think they were all great. And I guess it's time for questions. So we can start out in the audience for folks who have questions. I can think of a lot of questions, but I do. I think, Benjamin, how do we maybe in the future think about refining what you've done, and then how do you really connect it up to policy? How are people at HCR thinking about that?
Well, that's a good question. And right now, our research was limited exclusively to kind of building a tool for how to talk about these things. We've only kind of just started thinking about how it can work. Right now, with the previous iteration of what we did, which I mentioned, the binary WRA designation, that is currently in our qualified allocation plan for the low-income housing tax credit, and we have a special capital fund set aside specifically for projects in that category, and we've offered it's called a basis boost. It's like essentially just more money more capital money that goes into each project. So there is a fiscal commitment to this. One thing that I didn't have enough time in my presentation to get to, but we explore a little bit in the paper, is some of the challenges with citing LIHTC projects. We only can fund a project if a developer comes to us and says that they want to do a project in this area, and so you get into all sorts of complicated things that motivate that. Construction costs, availability of land, local permitting procedures, all of that. So those are things that we're exploring, but right now we're really just focused on being able to describe the environment that we're in.
Great, thanks. Really, I also really like the property tax cap conversation, because it's every element of politics and economics in New York. So you looked at the tax side of the question. I think some of the state people would say, yeah, but we capped county Medicaid spending, which was their biggest cost driver. So why wouldn't we cap property taxes?
Yeah, I know the property tax cap has excluded several important expenditures for the local governments, but after we check the real data, we see the exclusion is very limited, especially like the state pension and the annual growth exceeds the 2% of medical care is very limited. Yeah.
Good. And what about places where the population is declining?
Oh yeah, this is a very important question, and Mujik and I discussed very long time about the places which has declining capacity and populations. So we argue that these are the vicious cycle, which has declined population and declined property value and declined property tax. So and that's the question we wanted to explore.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to ask all three of you a question then, if we're not getting them from the audience. So how do you think New York has been differentially impacted or not in the whole new migrant question? And then the other piece that strikes me is, New York's had migrants before this migrant crisis. We had a significant, question of undocumented population, and now we have a new influx of undocumented folks. We're kind of putting them in a different bucket. What do you see as going on in this space?
Yeah, so I think differentially, New York was the first one to kind of feel the first wave of migrants, like just immediately after COVID when the borders were open. So they were caught a little bit unprepared, and the scale of the impact was not realized until the new administration came in, assumed office, and then last year sort of the issue became much more serious. Also, the law that New York had of mandating a shelter that needs to provide it to adults, so it was different in, say, Denver, Chicago, and a lot of other cities. Only now they have, and New York has its own politics and its own history that they couldn't make those changes. Now they have gotten around to kind of making those changes so that they can probably reduce some of the financial burden that's piling up in some sense. Because of the unpreparedness that New York had, they kept people in very high cost hotels, so the contract cost was very high in the initial months, and that's probably one of the factors that informs the OMB is working on bringing down the cost. In this year's budget also, they have highlighted that they want to bring down the cost, and they have achieved some of their targets. So there is a recognition of the fact that New York is spending much more per capita than what other cities are probably spending. On the second question, I think that the fact that New York is New York, it had much more experience of providing that support in some sense. There's a huge sort of non-profit ecosystem that can support some of these things, and there are spillovers into, say, New Jersey and so on. There are community linkages, etc. That probably helped New York. That probably won't be available in a city like Denver, where this is a more recent phenomenon. So that's probably something that's very much different about New York.
Thanks. Folks out in the audience.
Again, for Raul, to the degree that your study can answer this, what is the duration and size of this population over time expected to be? So almost 200,000 migrants. Are they staying in New York City, or are they diffusing to other places in the area, maybe New York State, maybe around the tri-state? And is this population expected to get smaller as they diffuse out, or just continue to grow because everyone's staying in and around New York City, and this problem will continue to compound?
No, so I think what city keeps track of is the shelter system, right? So they are probably holding, since last 3-4 months, they have been holding a little bit constant on the shelter, so that the intake is sort of matching up to the people who are they are able to take out of the shelter system or kick out of the shelter system, as might the case be. But as I was mentioning about the last question, that New York has a history of this, and there are social linkages. There is a huge, say, DACA population in New York. There are community groups. There is an institution like in the higher ed system, in the public school system. So there is a way to make people out of the city's dependence. New York tried giving people free tickets, but people don't like to leave New York. So Denver has tried this approach. They have been successful in this, but in New York, the administration's approach of giving people free tickets has not worked. And if you're trying to deport people back to, because the nature of the migration has changed in last 3 months, for last fiscal year 24, because of Cuba, Venezuela, and Haiti, so these people can't go back. Before that, there was a possibility that if you have migration from Mexico, you could probably send people back to Mexico if you can't handle them. But it's a very dynamic situation that keeps on changing.
I think there's a significant amount of evidence now that most of these folks stay in the city.
Yeah.
Even when they get out of the shelter system, quite honestly, there's probably more opportunity in the city for employment and other things. But I think that's the general, again, the numbers aren't great because, you know, it's hard to keep track. But I think the city is doing a better job of that. But I do think a significant amount of this population ends up staying in the city, which is what the mayor, I think, was saying from the beginning of the process, right? Which is, you know, we should be sending people to other parts of New York State because it was too much of a burden on the city. But that was never really going to work because people are going to go where they're going to go. I mean, and I think it was difficult to figure out, you know, ways to do that. Now it has happened a little bit, but I think the majority of folks are in the city.
And also, I think the way to measure that probably and get at that is the school system, right? So because the kids are attending the public schools. 35,000 number is for kids who are in temporary housing, but you can get at, say, language sort of background. The schools districts do collect that data, that whether English is the first language, and so on and so forth. And like you can measure how many kids are showing up in major neighboring states and neighboring cities as well. But there is spillover into New Jersey probably a little bit. I live in Jersey City, so we are seeing some of that manifestation in parts of Jersey, but they stay within the metro area.
You do one more.
One more?
Sorry.
Excellent presentations. On the property tax in your research, what I noticed that I thought was interesting, none of the fees and service charges remained flat. Was your research, were you able to determine why that was? Or why in other words, municipalities didn't increase those in order to address budget issues?
Mm-hmm.
In my experience, that was always one of the easiest things operationally to raise. Was just curious if there was a reason or reasons that they stayed flat generally.
Yeah, generally because the county and town play a limited role in providing public services, but the cities and villages is more urbanized areas to provide more public services. And so we see a difference by the types of governments, and the charges for services actually increased in for the cities areas and the village areas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I can send you the appendix that that covers all types of governments according to their expenditures categories. And yeah, thank you.
One of the things I think to understand the cap is that 60% of the property tax collected in the state is from school districts. And so, despite all of the mishigas around the cap, I think it was mainly targeted towards what was going on with school districts. And I think that's where you see a lot of where the voting and stuff that was shown in the presentation has occurred when you have differences of inflation. But I do think the other thing you have to match against the cap is what the state spent in those areas. So the state increased school aid in the past 3 years by 20%. So that doesn't eliminate it, but it does reduce the pressure on the local government.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead now and end this panel. We want to thank the panelists in the audience for their presentations. We are going to take a short break now and allow everyone to get some lunch. In the interest of expediency, if you could try to get lunch and settle, and we'll continue some of the conversations, and then we'll introduce our keynote speakers, aligning city resources, evolving, identifying, monitoring, resolving high needs localities, presented by the City of Schenectady's Mayor, Gary McCarthy, and Director of City Innovation and Performance Standards, Matthew Douglas. So again, once we settle back for lunch, we'll get to the keynote. Thank you.
that you don't know what you've got till it's gone, that you'll recognize the real thing when it comes along, and you can only see as far as the crow flies, and sometimes love leaves you tongue-tied, and once in a while the stars will align at the corner of Columbus and 89. I recall stars will align at the corner of Columbus. So give my regards to Broadway and tell her that I'm in a good place. I can still see the street lights shining in the night at the corner of Columbus and 89.
Well, Loretta, she's my barroom girl, wears them sevens on her sleeves, dances like a diamond shines, tells me lies I love to believe. Her age is always 22, her laughing eyes a hazel hue, spends my money like a waterfall, loves me like I want her to, loves me like I want her to. Say to me, darling, put your guitar on, have a little guitar rings the melody, my guitar sings the Loretta fine. Long and lazy, blonde and free, and I can have her anytime. I can have her anytime. We're sweetest at the break of day, prettiest at the setting sun. She don't cry when I can't stay, at least not till she's all alone. Well, Loretta, I won't be gone long. Keep your dancing slippers on, keep me on your mind a while. I'll be back, babe, to make you smile. I'll be back, babe, to make you smile. Well, Loretta, she's my barroom girl, wears them sevens on her sleeves, dances like a diamond shines, tells me lies I love to believe.
I wish I could leave my skin behind in this old rented room, float my way across the great divide and be buried in you. I've been looking far and wide for what I gotta prove, and putting peaks in my rear view. Well, it's colder here than anyone told me the South could get, and I took to staying up real late and smoking cigarettes. The cheap tobacco burns the way that bridge between us did, and I'm left looking at the glowing ends. But am I too far gone to be running home? 'Cause I'm longing tonight to be somewhere across that great divide. I wish I could take the hands of time and turn them in reverse. I'd take back every long goodbye with venom in my words. The only way to being found is getting lost at first, but all I find are more bridges to burn. So am I too far gone to be
what she did, but she just graded up.
Okay, everyone, good afternoon again. Now that most everyone is sitting and enjoying their lunch, just to keep things moving along today, I want to introduce our keynote presentation. Once again, my name is Lisa Parshall, and I am a fellow here at the Rockefeller Institute. As Bob mentioned earlier, we're very honored to have with us today Mayor Gary McCarthy and Matthew Douglas, Director of City Innovation and Performance Standards from the City of Schenectady, New York. Their presentation will delve into a common challenge confronting urban areas, the presence of high-needs locations which strain local resources and affect the residents' and visitors' quality of life. Mayor McCarthy and Mr. Douglas are going to walk us through the city's transformative journey from initial recognition of the problem to the sophisticated technology-enhanced strategies that are now in place. We'll explore the phases of development from field-based insights to advanced data analytics and innovative technology solutions that have reshaped how the city addresses its most pressing challenges. So without further ado, Mayor and Mr.
Thank you. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to be here this afternoon and be part of this conference and discussion. Look at the delivery of services, whether it's policing, firefighting, code enforcement, social services, emergency room utilization, problems within school districts. There tend to be a small group of people who drive a disproportionate amount of the need and demand for services. And when you look at that, there's overlap from some of the ones where you look for needs for policing, you look where you're sending the fire department, you look where you're sending code enforcement, you look at social services, they overlap. And it's how do you get that information into a format, into a usable platform that individuals responding to those areas or individuals can appropriately know the full story. A lot of times the police department will go to a call 2 o'clock in the morning. They're not aware that social services was there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, or at 9 o'clock in the morning the kids didn't go to school. And absent knowing the full story, you can't really appropriately react to it. So we in Schenectady have spent a lot of time, and it's really Matt has driven the practical implementation of it. It's how do you take that information, how do you get it into a format that's usable, how do you map it so that it is easily understandable. We're using an Esri software platform to do the graphical representation and to, again, allow it to be hopefully simple enough for people to look at from various perspectives and understand what the needs are. And appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Look at the things that we have. This is by no means a final platform or something I can say is solving all the problems. Hopefully this will stimulate some discussion, not only within Schenectady, but within your respective organizations or entities, where we can all learn from this and continue to develop platforms and methods of delivery of service that solve the total problem and not put a Band-Aid on the underlying issues and problems that people are dealing with. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Matt to get into some of the technical aspects of it, and then the visualization that we have, and hopefully have a good period of time to open up for questions and ongoing discussion.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Again, yes, definitely an honor and a privilege to be here. It's kind of exciting to share our story and our journey as we've evolved this process to really identify and address our high needs locations That being said, as I go through this and kind of share the story with all of you, when we do get to the Q&A, we are definitely interested in hearing feedback and thoughts and ideas of how to further advance this, either in the Q&A session or even afterwards, because it is a learning process, and it's had quite a bit of success, and we're continuing to build upon that success as we carry on. So that being said, I'm going to jump into this. There we go. Wasn't working for a second. Oh, technical issue. Sorry.
I guess be pointed to the screen. Yep, there you go.
One second. How do we get that going here? Oh, there we go. I think we're back on. Perfect. Okay, sorry about that. So we created a checklist of what we wanted to cover in this to really kind of share that story. The mayor actually just provided a great introduction of what we were trying to accomplish. First thing we want to do is really define what do we say is a high needs location? Because when we often use that term, people will often ask, what exactly do you mean by that? So we'll cover that very briefly. And then why are high needs locations a problem? Which we will quickly address that, and if they're not handled, how they can kind of escalate to further issues as we try to resolve those from our city resources. And then based on those identified high needs locations, what has Schenectady done in our process to really kind of create the solution to some of these locations? And as we've developed this process, we've identified 5 different phases of growth that we've learned from each of the phases to where we are now. Each of those phases have built upon itself. So we'll kind of show you that evolutionary process. And we also have some great success stories that we want to share with you, again, because this is in a practical setting of how we implemented this and the successes, which really further drive our operations and continued buy-in from all city departments. And then I also listed to some software and applications that were used. So again, if anybody is interested in all the applications and processes that we put in place, you'll have that here. There is a QR code at the end of this. So again, you guys can use that and access this information. This is all built on an Esri product called Story Maps. And it provides us access to create a dedicated website to share this content with you, embed dashboards, different imagery, and also even provide security measures so we can kind of say, yep, we want to share this part and also lock down other things that may be sensitive. All right, so what is a high needs location? Really, basically, it's often a challenge or an issue to either the community or the authorities and city departments in themselves. Often what we're seeing is that it's both. It usually requires a significant amount of resources from our city and dramatically and significantly impacts our city residents and those coming throughout the city. And we talk about, now that we know what a high needs location is, which is really simple, it's just defining that it's a concern based on calls for service or reported incidents or what the community has addressed to be a problem. We take a look at, okay, now that we know what this is, what can we do about it, because this is actually a problem. And when you start to look at how these are problems, what we're seeing is that they significantly impact quality of life standards with the community. They are a very heavy strain on city resources, in particular with law enforcement handling the calls for service that are regularly occurring at these locations. And if these locations aren't addressed and identified and nothing's being done, they often escalate to bigger concerns and problems that require a further attention. So we try to identify these areas and locations to prevent that from happening. And often what we're seeing too is that this is also a problem because if they're not addressed, it can also impact businesses coming in. They may not want to operate in a certain location that has issues that are easily seen within the neighborhood. And when that happens, there's often economic decline, which can often result in fewer and reduced tax revenue. So like, it's a trickling effect as you start to look at these problems. And we took note of that, and we said, okay, so now that we know that it is a problem and we define what a high needs location is, what is it that our city can do to really mitigate a lot of these locations? And one of the things that we identified is that, one, we need to identify, how do we identify these locations and high needs locations, right? And I'll explain that in a moment. There's a couple different ways that we've done this. And then two, now that we've identified them, how do we continue to monitor the activity once they've been identified, right? And evaluate if what we're doing is working. all right, and creating a reporting mechanism where all city departments can have an active role in this, because that's where we're seeing the real value coming in. It's not just law enforcement, it's just not code enforcement or corp counsel, it's all of our departments really coming together. All right, so here is the 5 phases that we've really identified in our process. And I'm going to go through each of these 5 phases because I really think it really drives how this has kind of come in place. So the first phase was law enforcement field intelligence. Phase 1 and 2 were really how do we identify our high needs locations. All right, and I'll talk about those. And then phase 3 is, okay, now that we've identified these locations, how do we use this information to be actionable? Right? And that's where we kind of created a structured meeting specifically for our high needs locations. And this was primarily driven at this time by police and or law enforcement department. Phase 4 was, okay, now that we have this structured meeting, how can we get more pieces of the puzzle involved, which is the other city departments. Right? That's the holistic approach. And this significantly improved what we were able to identify as well as address from all city departments. And then phase 5 was, again, each of these are building upon itself. Phase 5 is now how do we incorporate additional technologically reporting mechanisms to put in place. And we develop interactive dashboards that really help us visually see what's going on in a very timely fashion. And at any point, each department can add information and everyone has access to that information. All right. So going through these, phase 1, as I mentioned, the field intelligence. 18 years ago when I started working primarily in the law enforcement division in the intel sector, what I noticed is that we were always taking a look at high needs locations, but we weren't really recording what was going on. And often the intel that was being received was coming from our patrol officers. And that information was provided either through me at that time or other supervisors or even other officers in very informal settings. It could be in the gym, it could be in the hallway, the stairway, which is obviously a representation of these images, even inside and outside the bathroom. You know, because what would happen is officers were saying, hey, I've been responding to this particular location multiple times. You know what's going on. And that would kind of stimulate some further discussions of what's going on, and then we would try to address it. But what we found out, obviously, that this was not a very great system. It provided some intel, but there was a lack of follow-up. There was really no reporting mechanism in place to document if what is being identified is supported through the data, and then are we doing anything, and if we are doing something, is it working? It was more or less just sharing of information. All right, so we took that information, and then phase 2 was, okay, I'm an analyst, so very data-driven. So I wanted to create a product at that time that would really further help identify our high needs locations. And the way I look at it is data is the fuel, right? I believe most, if not all initiatives that I can think of really require data to inform your decision-making process. So I always say data is the fuel and the analysis is the engine. Right? You need both of those things to really drive an initiative and have success and know what to adjust and make those adjustments based on what you're seeing. So that being said, we created a analytical report. I know this will be hard to see, but again, you'll have a QR code where you can access this and zoom in on your phones or laptops. But what this was a product that we created, and it would be published each week, and it would identify certain locations that had a high level of calls for service. And it would break it down by how many occurred at the top 26 locations over the last 7 days, all right? And then over the last 28 days, over the last 3 months, and over the last 12 months. And that's what this spreadsheet is really showing you. On the far left is the weekly, and then as you move forward, it's a longer duration. So you could really identify your long-term problem locations as well as your recent flare-ups. And this would be like a triggering event and say, okay, what is going on in these particular locations? And a workup would be conducted and generated by an analyst to say, this is what's going on at this location. All right, so again, this is phase 2. It was another way of kind of collecting that intelligence and identifying our high needs locations. One of the lieutenants at that time noticed the value in this report, and he wanted to further expand upon it and make sure that it was actionable. So we had some additional conversations about that, and I would say roughly 3 or 4 weeks after us creating that that high call volume report that you just saw, we developed a structured meeting because they saw the value in the products and the information being shared. Again, so what we would have is now a monthly meeting where we would discuss the field intelligence from the patrol officers as well as what the data was indicating our high needs locations. We were taking that information and now trying to make these meetings as actionable as possible, making them working meetings, not just meetings where we're regurgitating data, but saying, okay, we've identified these locations, now what can we do about it? We have assigned detectives, we call that a case of place, where each detective would be assigned a specific location to say, okay, what is going on and what can we do about it? And it wasn't just the detectives involved, but there was a vast group of people involved. And now this is really where we started to have success. Because as we started to identify these locations, now we were using this platform, these meetings to say, okay, what's working, what's working and what's not working, and we would continue to monitor those activities. All right. All right, now stage four is really where we got involved in the holistic approach. All right, so the first 3 stages primarily very heavily on the police department side, but we knew that we needed to get the other departments involved and to get, again, information from them because they had a tremendous amount of information to help us identify, but also, maybe equally, if not more important, they had a critical role in helping us mitigate and resolve the issues that we were having at these locations, because a significant amount of these locations were not just police department reliant on resources. We had to get code enforcement and corp counsel and engineering and development, all these different departments involved. So that's really where we had even more success, because now we're actually being able to change legislation, review policies. We're able to really take a look at what we can do about this from code violation standpoints and stuff like that. All right, there we go. A little jittery on the cursor. There we go. Now, in these meetings, we also created what's called a HALO report, which is our holistic approaches to location operations. It's just a coined phrase that we call this initiative. And in this product, in this report, it would be handed out to all those department heads that were a part of this meeting, which is usually run every 4 or 6 weeks, which we found out to be a good timeline. I actually think the 6 weeks mark is perfect, because a lot of things that we were putting in place often required like a 30-day letter, to the owners and stuff like that. So you would have time to have this intel, then act upon it, wait another week, see what the responses were, and then incorporate those updates into this meeting. Again, we really try to fine-tune this to make a very working and actionable meeting. Now, in this product, again, that was issued to everyone involved in the room. All right, come on. Slowly getting there. Okay. It was like a 12-page report. I just took a couple little snippets. But on the far left, what you do see in this report is, okay, and I know it's going to be hard to see on here, but what are the changes from last meeting to this meeting? What locations are now active? Which ones are pending review? Which ones are on our watch list, which really haven't met the threshold just yet, but we're still monitoring that in case they do meet that threshold for our high needs locations. And then it would be a breakdown of those that are active, those that are pending, and on our watch list. And then a specific report on each of those locations would be discussed in the meeting, kind of like what you're seeing on the far right. Everything from the location, the date, the known problems that we're seeing at that particular location, the mitigation efforts that we put in place, as well as a variety of case notes regarding the things that have been seen and reported by the different department heads. Now, I found out, I tried to steer away from creating static reports, but I found out that having this particular product at these meetings definitely improved the meeting for actionability, because they had the content and they could read it, and they were encouraged to take notes, either keep the report or provide it back, and then we could use that and kind of compile the information afterwards. Definitely was of use. All right. So phase 5, which is the later phase, that's where we started really getting more involved in the technology aspect of it and say, okay, we got something going here. We're having good success. Now, how can we make the information that's being collected from each of the department heads timely. So as soon as they are working on something, that everyone can be aware of it. So that's where we used, if some of you are familiar with, an Esri dashboard. And in this Esri dashboard, all right, it's always fun to try this live because this is a real dashboard. This is actually the real dashboard that we use. Prior to this meeting, just a couple hours before, I did switch all the addresses. So these are not the real addresses. They are off, and I switched the names and so forth and redacted certain information. But what you're seeing is that you'll have your active needs locations in the top left, and any individual within our organization can click on this, and then there you go. Now they have all those locations in which we're currently working on and pursuing. All right, so that would be a list of active, and then you got the pending review, those on our watch list. And it's interactive. So if you're looking at this dashboard and you want to see, okay, well, which ones of these high needs locations owe taxes? Well, you could click it and it'll filter the map. You know, which ones are active? Again, you can click it and it'll show the map. And you can select by department if their involvement. If we put out an initial abatement letter because they're further in the action from the city, you again could select that and, you know, kind of dwindle it down from there. All right, let me reset all these calculations. All right, and bam. All right. In addition to this, you can zoom in on the map and you can click on any of these high needs locations. Whoops, that's not we don't want to go to the park. All right. And then in here, this is also another platform inside the dashboard where you can see all the case notes on a certain location. This particular location I just created again before this meeting to demonstrate its use. But it'll tell you the date that it's submitted. It'll tell you the case status, if it's active or pending review, as well as the location, if it's residential, commercial, or anything like that. We can put the landlord information. I put Rachel in here from here, just again, some information. And then as well as Lisa as the renter. And then you can say, okay, there's a checklist as the department heads are doing this. It's a very simple form. It usually takes a minute or two to do, and I'll show you how to do that very briefly. But and they can click, what are the issues that you're seeing in your department at this particular location? And in this particular location, it's an after-hours party. A lot of loud noise complaints are coming through. In addition, we've seen an increase in burglaries at this particular location. We also found out through code violations that their smoke alarm detectors are not working correctly. And you'll see a lot of the places that we're dealing with, you'll see that it's police department concerns regarding crime and calls for service. There's often, when you get the code violations involved, there's a ton of violations that are involved. And as you work with our tax department, they also provide information on this location. So each of these locations, roughly half of them owe taxes. So there's tax delinquency on that. In this particular case, over 11,000 on this particular address. And then as you scroll down, you'll see, okay, what are the problem summaries? Well, you got multiple complaints of loud music and after-hour parties, and the recent activity of burglaries. And then the case notes. The landlord seems very compliant and concerned with the ongoing issues, and there's been multiple citations that have been provided or issued at this location along with the dates, again, so we can kind of follow exactly what's going on. And then the mitigation efforts. On February 11th, officers were strongly encouraged, if not requested, don't do warnings at these locations. Provide the citations because they are a problem and they need to be addressed. Because often what we were seeing before we started creating this platform was that officers responding to loud music, loud calls, and they often issue a warning. But they don't know that the officer 24 hours ago or 2 days ago were already at that location for loud music. And then what happens is that the complainant that's making these calls is saying, I've called 3 times and they're only getting warnings. All right, so it's a kind of a process in place that really kind of shares the information and makes sure that our resources are aligned. And then we have a point system, a nuisance point system. All right, so we can calculate, and this is on the legislation when you look at policies, for our particular city. Gosh, I forgot the number, but so over 12 months, if a location has 18 points or more, additional city actions can take place. And that's where we'll say, okay, do we need to pursue city actions? And that's where we get corp counsel involved as well as other individuals, and an abatement letter will go out, and they have 30 days to address the issues in which we're seeing. And if that's not in compliance, Then we move to the next step. And then there's a hearing that can take place where the mayor or a designee is the judge, and they are brought in, and it takes that format. So again, that's a product that goes out. And these nuisance points, I didn't even mention this, but they're collected by, like a violation can be 3 points. A violent crime can be 6 points. Everything is kind of spelled out so we know what the calculation is. And then we keep track of who's submitting this report. So that's a requirement. We want to make sure that everyone that's submitting this information, we know where the source is coming from. And you can also include attachments. I didn't include attachment for this particular example, but we put in here code violation. Code enforcement is great. They provide all the documentation on all the violations that they have put in place on these high needs locations. We also put usually images of the location so people are familiar. We will put other information if they don't have a certifications in place, certificate to operate and so forth. So again, all that will go in there. If there's an abatement letter that does go out, that abatement letter will go in there. So we try to use this as almost like our case record management system. Let me scroll back up. Let me show you how.
We want to make sure we have time for questions.
Oh yeah, I will. I'm almost. Yep, you're right. So right here, that submission form on the bottom right, that's where each of the departments can kind of submit that information. And as soon as they submit it, it's instantly on that dashboard. All right. So those are the 5 phases, from us identifying our high needs locations, right? And then different approaches and mechanisms to get a structured meeting that is not just a meeting, but is actionable, where it's a working meeting. All right. Now, that being said, we've been doing this for a little bit. The phase 4 and 5 are newer. They started basically January of this year. Just to give you some kind of time lapse. Here are some brief real case successes I just wanted to show you. And really what I wanted to kind of hone in on is that every location is slightly different. So the problem is different. The resolution and what we're putting in place is different. So the 4 examples I have were addressed either through improving the reporting mechanism, providing social services to high needs individuals, either a training need that was done, or improving the data collection process. Right? So one of the first things that we do, not one of the first, but one of the ones that I want to show here was Stewart's. I'm sure most of you are familiar with Stewart's. We had one particular Stewart's location in our city that we identified as having a significant amount of calls for service. So we started to dive into it. And what we found out, it was gas drive-offs. Okay, well, our officers are constantly reporting to these locations to address the gas drive-offs. What can we do about this? Because if it takes 30 to 40 minutes to get an officer to, file that whole process, that's a lot of time. So we set up a meeting with stewards and the managers, and they were unwilling to change the policies on the prepay, which was fine. So that's their call. That was the big issue. So we said, okay, you guys are going to now report online. Do all your larcenies online, because they didn't want to prosecute charges. They just wanted it for the insurance purposes. So now they report online, and boom, problem solved. That wouldn't have been done if we didn't follow this process. It either wouldn't have been identified, and it definitely wouldn't have been more than likely followed up. All Town Fresh, great location, obviously serves good food and also a place where you can get fuel. Again, it came up on our high call volume statistics as having a lot of calls for service. We started to look into it, and there were a lot of holdup alarms that were occurring in a couple months. And we said, well, that's interesting. So we met with the manager, and what we found out, it was one particular employee that was recently brought on that was regularly hitting the holdup alarm. So they provided in-house training and the reasonings and the causes of when you should do the holdup alarm, and boom, like the calls just significantly went down. Another location, I only have 2 more, is mental health is definitely a concern. And we were having a significant amount of calls at this particular location. We started to look into it. We found exactly what apartment and the person generating those calls. So we enrolled them in a program that we have called Schenectady County Hub. And what they do is they provide services to mental health, addicts, homelessness, and that array. And this particular individual got into the program, received mental health outpatient services, therapy, monthly medications services as well, and the calls literally stopped. I just checked last week, she's still in the program, and this has been over a year now, and it's been phenomenal, a really good success story. And then the last one I really wanted to show, you wouldn't even think of this as technically a high needs location, and it's really not, but it's our police department. When you generally look at a map and you look at incidents or calls for service, the hospital or the police department will be a big red dot, right? And now that's a data collection concern. So what we identified is when we started to see this, we said, okay, when people are walking into the department and they're following a report, the desk sergeant would say, okay, well, it happened at our, they put the location of 530 Liberty Street, which is their police department, rather than the incident or location in which the crime occurred. So from a data point, we said, okay, good, we identified it, and then we provided training and a review process in place, and that chart below is real data of the decrease since we've tried to address it. But you're also improving the data collection, and now you're getting more accurate information on where those other crimes happened. So it's kind of a two-front thing, all right? And almost done. All right, so that's kind of our phases, some of our success stories. Here is a list of the products that we kind of started and still use, from Excel, Word. We use SPSS from like an analytical standpoint, doing some tabular analysis. We use Esri for our mapping software and capabilities, as well as with the story maps and interactive dashboards. And then we use an online QR code. All right, so I think that's good. 45 seconds. Not as much time as I wanted to leave, but I think there's still some time for Q&A and closing.
Yeah, so we'll take some questions now. And just as a reminder, for the benefit of those who are joining us on live stream, please wait till the microphone is given to you before you ask the question. So I'll open it up to the audience.
Hi, I have two questions about your data sharing policy. So number one, if you have other agencies coming into this portal, from the police side, is there any concern about them accessing confidential information or investigations in progress or anything like that? From the other side of it, social service agencies interacting, are they sometimes concerned that maybe a case they're concerned about and want treated in some way will be handled as a criminal matter rather than handled, with some kind of softer touch? So do they have concerns about kind of driving this through a police-centered dashboard or portal?
Okay, so from the security standpoint on accessing information, everything that we're producing and the interactive dashboards and all that case information is strictly locked. It requires credentials, username, and password in which we set up. And so it's not public in any way or form or shape, and only individuals that have access to this, which are generally all the department heads and the people that are heavily involved, are working on this. And I don't honestly see another way of resolving the issue if we just keep tight to the information, because we need the active players. Obviously, there is oversight, and we know who's involved in this process and these meetings. Now, from the outreach perspective, we have a lieutenant that primarily runs our outreach worker Schenectady hub. So anytime that there is a mental health concern or a person that is a part of our high needs location, all that information kind of goes through him, and then he says, which ones are good to go. So that's kind of like that review process and that aspect. But
the reality is, I look at police data, a lot of things, police want to keep all the information very confidential. If you walk down the street, all the neighbors will tell you that's the drug house. The public knows it. Oh, but the police can't tell you that that's the drug house. On the other side of it, there's data from the school district, from social services, other entities, healthcare, that have confidentiality criteria in place in that it's appropriate to have the confidentiality. But the reality is you have to have some mechanism to share it and look at it so that people are able to evaluate the whole picture of, is somebody on social services? Is there a mental health issue there? Are there code violations? Other things that you can deal with it. And why, as Matt points out, some of the success stories that have occurred with that hub model, where we send out a police officer, a paramedic, a mental health counselor, a drug or alcoholism counselor. And it's not just one contact. They go out, make a introduction, try and build a rapport over time, get the full story in place, and then are able to guide people to the appropriate level of services, which allows them to go forward and have dignity and stability within their lives.
Other questions?
Hi. So I really love this approach, and I'm curious if there's any current or future plan to include or incorporate like community-based organizations or nonprofits that may have access to other resources or information that like police or government resources may not have.
Yes, that's the whole thing. Is this is building the platform, building that exchange of information, and that hub model is to identify what the real needs are for the individual or at the location, and be able to guide them to an appropriate level of support. And a lot of times it's not government that's going to provide that. It could be a religious organization, could be family, could be some other scenario that will best serve their needs and, again, put dignity and stability in their lives.
Right. The Schenectady Model Hub, Schenectady County Outreach Hub itself, they tap into a lot of organizations, external organizations for those services. They're almost like the focal point, and then they kind of organize and facilitate the process in itself. We actually created another story map, and that's a whole topic on itself, is the outreach program.
So in addition to the routine 6-week meetings, is somebody monitoring this like right now, like daily? And who is that person for more like real time, to the points you mentioned? Hey, we've already been there 7 times. This is time number 8. Obviously, that's not going to be something you discuss every 6 weeks, but who's doing more of like the operational day-to-day monitoring?
So primarily, well, everyone has access, right, from department heads. So they do go in on a regular basis and update it on their own accord. I myself take on a very heavy role since I developed the dashboards and interactive data collection process and stuff like that. So I would say myself, I look at this every day. And then we also have now a lieutenant that's been assigned to our real crime analysis center. And he looks at this every day and makes sure that, everything's up to up.
Question for you, if I could. Have you had outreach from other communities or municipalities, either in New York State or out, looking to model what you've done? And if not, are you planning on trying to put yourselves out there as an exemplar of this approach?
Yes, and some of this is evolutionary from the city's work with the Center for Technology and Government, the Applied Research Unit at the University of Albany, where we started with code enforcement to standardize some of the terminology that is used there, improve the record or the data collection so you have more accurate and appropriate records. That's being marketed across the state now. Carl's helped us out in the Department of State, knows we've implemented that. And this is just a progression of that, is how do you get more information in a platform, be able to exchange it and utilize it from different perspectives. And Matt had talked about, it's the accuracy of the data, where the crime's occurring. Is it really the police station? No, it's out in the field, but the data is saying that the report's being taken at the police station. The opportunity for artificial intelligence to be applied, and it's going to happen, you want to make sure your data is as accurate as can be, and it's standardized so that where Schenectady's using certain criteria, there has to be standards that are adopted across state or national levels to make sure that you're comparing apples to apples and oranges to oranges.
Thank you. Really interesting presentation, and I'm a planner and teach planning, so I definitely understand the power of maps and data and analysis. And I think this could be quite a powerful tool, it sounds like, for many local governments in New York State. So I'm wondering, Are there ways to make this, ensure that this kind of technology is used as a tool for equitable local government services versus potentially reinforcing long-term inequities between neighborhoods in your city and in other cities? I guess in pairing the analysis of criminal justice or policing with other agencies like code enforcement and tax delinquency. Of course, there's associations, but I wonder, is the tool going to be used by agencies to really like make more rehabilitation funds or other supports for areas of the city?
Well, the goal becomes to identify the problems, to mitigate those, so in fact that the good things can happen in terms of economic development, encourage investment, make neighborhoods attractive so that people take pride in their neighborhood. You know, if you've got a drug house across the street or an abandoned building that sat there for 5 years or 10 years and, oh, the mayor tells you, oh, we're gonna work on it, we're working on it, until you actually see something, you don't believe anything. And leaving that building there has a negative effect, whether it's just in a poor, dilapidated state or there's illegal activity going on. It has a negative effect on the neighborhood. And you have to be able to remediate that so that people are allowed to live with dignity, to take pride in their own residence and their neighborhood. And we're seeing significant activity. We have one street in the city where we've done a number of improvements. We've done the data-driven policing there. And we now have a ban that goes about a block, almost 2 blocks off that one street, where it used to be a high number of violations for code enforcement. We're now seeing almost total compliance 2 blocks out from our initial investment on a, what is a core street going through a neighborhood, so that hopefully the points that you're raising, everybody has to be cognizant of, but the goal becomes to create equity, to create opportunity, and create an environment that everybody benefits from.
That's a very good note on which to leave it, but I want to thank you again. You want to say
Just,
one?
yeah,
quick
really
thing?
quick. I just want to reemphasize too is that really focus on the partners that are involved in this process. And that's one of the things that we learned, because we were very heavy PD for a while. And then as soon as we bridged that gap and got those other partners involved, the momentum skyrocketed. And if you can get, elected officials involved as well, Gary McCarthy has been a part of this process and very supportive of it. And I also believe that's driven this even further, because you have that buy-in from the top up, to the lower end. Thank you.
Thank you again on behalf of the Rockefeller Institute of Government and the audience. Thank you very much, Mayor and Matthew, for excellent presentation. Really informative.
Enjoy your afternoon.
Okay, again, following a short break, we will return with our next panel, Innovating at the Local Level, moderated by Rockefeller Institute's Chief Economist, Leah Wendehoek.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much. Please take your seats as our panel begins. I'm Lee Wedenoya. I'm Chief Economist at the Rockefeller Institute of Government. And our fourth panel is Innovating at the Local Level, and we'll cover 4 presentations offering diverse perspectives on local innovation, from leveraging data to address census undercounts, examining the impact of federal grants on job quality, delving into initiatives to support undocumented students in higher education, and managing food waste in public schools. So, very diverse. Together, these presentations offer a comprehensive look at how local initiatives drive innovation and address pressing challenges. So I would now like to welcome our first presenter from the Maxwell X Lab, counting historically undercounted communities across New York State. Jack Baldwin, welcome.
Hi. I'm sorry. Is that better? Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Jack Baldwin, and I am a senior associate at the Maxwell X Lab at Syracuse University. The X, in case you're wondering, stands for experiment, and I wasn't there when they did that decision. I'm going to be talking about census undercounts in New York State. The original title for this section was supposed to be why you should be afraid of undercounts in New York State. My PhD advisor told me that that was a bit too dramatic. But the reason that you should be, or what we need to understand first is that undercounting affects federal representation by states. You can see 2 pictures there. One is the change in the number of members of the House of Representatives in the U.S. The blue lost a member and the red gained one. Notice how one of them is in New York State. And I believe that most people here are residents of New York State. And we lost it because we missed 89 people were undercounted in the state of New York, which is the narrowest margin in modern history back in 2020. Another reason is that most social programs use census data to allocate funding via what are called formula grants. So if you think about something like WIC or SNAP, the eligibility requirements for each of those programs is based off of income, among a few other things. But that is based off of the count that we have in the decennial census. And so in New York in 2016, we saw about $73 billion across 55 federal programs. We also see that there's some differences across race and time. This is a very boring and banal table that shows some very bad news. If you break down the undercounts by race, what we see is that not only are most races that are classified as non-white undercounted, but most white non-Hispanics are overcounted. So when we think about certain federal programs, what we're going to notice is that whiter communities are receiving more money, and we're seeing that non-white communities are, in general, receiving less. And we see that this actually persists over time. Since the census has been tracking which areas and which communities are undercounted, it has not changed since 1950. So we're 70+ years of certain communities not receiving the money that they probably should be receiving based off of the counts every 10 years. So we kind of had 3 main research goals. We want to understand why some people did not, or why some people in New York State did not self-respond to the 2020 US Census. We wanted to know why, so what are those factors? And then we wanted to think about, for 2030, how do we fix the problem? What information and what strategies do we need to provide to actually make a difference? So our first phase was a qualitative focus group. And so we had some really great partners who were kind of alarmed that there were so many undercounts across New York State. And they're called Census Table. And there are a bunch of researchers who really study the decennial census every single 10 years. And what they told us was that they'd created this map that shows us down to a census tract level where those areas are. They can't tell you why, but they can tell you where they are. And so what the X Lab does is we are really good at field experiments. We do randomized control trials, and we do a lot of behavioral economics work. And what that means is we can think about different ways to say, well, how do we work with communities and community partners to actually increase self-responses in 2030? And so what we did was we went across to multiple, well, we worked with multiple community partners across a few different states, or across a few different cities. And we didn't really know exactly what we wanted to test, but we knew that there are people who did know. And so one of the first things that came out of our focus groups was that there's a major fear and distrust of census outreach and government in general across communities that did not respond to the census in 2020. We also saw that people thought that there were major issues in privacy they didn't understand. Anecdotally, my grandmother received the census questionnaire for this year, and she threw it away because they asked her what her income was. And she thought that was inappropriate. We also saw some antipathy towards government. One of the places that we did visit was Buffalo, New York. And what was very interesting specifically about Buffalo was that some of the people in the focus group were very involved in or knew people and were involved in organizing around the Buffalo supermarket shooting. And one of the big things that they said was, you know, why is money not coming in when we see it, right? If we say that federal programs are funded by the census, then it makes no sense because we don't see how that affects us in our communities. And so we had our phase 1 complete. We had a better idea of what we wanted to do and what to ask. And so we decided to actually go through with the survey to actually test what methods we think would work and how should we message that for the next 10 years. And so the overview was, you know, we take our results from phase 1 and then we create a sample with 1,000 people in New York State. And then we wanted to ask them about their participation, why they did or did not participate, what are the factors that led to that, and then also, incidentally, we had a lot of information on their social, political, economic, and religious identities based off of the survey platform that we used. And we asked them, what is the primary reason that you didn't respond? And what's interesting is that, or that you did respond. And what's interesting is that most people said, well, if I respond, then I get these resources, you know? And about a third of the people also said, you know, it's my civic responsibility. Very interesting, right? But we also wanted to know why people did not respond. And most of them said, I didn't know it was happening. I had no idea. And that was interesting to us for many reasons, right? Because if we know anything about behavioral economics, it's that people will tend to do things that are easiest for them. And what's the easiest thing to do for responding to something? It's not to do it, not to stay informed. And so we asked the people who did not respond, right? Would you have responded if you knew that it was required by law, which it is. It's in Section 1, Article 2 of the Constitution. If you knew that resources in New York State were dependent on the census and the census count, and if somebody in your community encouraged you or told you to do it. And what's interesting, right, is such a large proportion of people said that they would if they knew those things. So that's a great start. So I kind of went through here, and I want to be able to provide some time for questions. I'll go back to here. But what I find, you know, kind of, well, to me, it is something that is interesting that so many people did not respond, but that they would have if we asked them in a certain way. Or if we asked them and we linked it to certain things in their lives that mattered to them. And it seems that as a policy response, if we can create a way to kind of move forward here, then we will actually see some sort of change in how people think about the census, but also how we see certain disparities across race and time. And so stay tuned for our third phase, which is going to be happening over the next few months. But we're going to be continuing to work on this project, and we are going to use our findings here to actually begin testing in census field offices, ideally for the 2030 census.
Great. Thank you so much. I'd like to move on to our second presenter, who is, where is this? You've gone we're slightly out of order. So our second presenter is Elizabeth O'Connor. not Elizabeth Jock, who is sitting next to her. And this is on federal grants and job quality, policy tools to ensure inclusive economic growth jobs in Albany and Syracuse metro areas. Welcome.
Thank you. Here, right? Oh, in the clicker. Okay, let's see how I do with this. So, hi, everyone. In contrast to what was just presented, I'm not presenting actual research that has been done. This is sort of a proposal or a plan to follow some policy work that should be unfolding over the next probably couple of decades. And basically what it is there's an opportunity. What I've been looking at is questions of job quality, both job quality and then sort of inclusiveness, right? So making sure that when there's job growth and prosperity, that is shared equally and not leading to greater income inequality. And there's an interesting opportunity that's coming out now with the CHIPS Act and some of the investment that we're seeing here in this area with Global Foundries and in Syracuse with Micron. And so my idea is to be able to follow that over the next several years and see what happens. So, so what I was gonna run through just very quickly is first just why I look at job quality at all and inclusive growth, and why in metropolitan areas, which I feel like this group will understand. Usually I have to explain why I look at cities and not federal governments. What the policy tools are in the CHIPS and Science Act, which are some really sort of innovative and interesting ideas to try to ensure job quality. What the CHIPS Act is doing in Albany and Syracuse, and then what we do know right now is what the baseline is, right? What are the job growth statistics and economic equality statistics in Albany and Syracuse. And then there are some like early signs of what we might be able to find, but obviously these things are just unfolding now, so we'll be looking. So just very quickly, again, given this audience, right, there's no surprise, but where a lot of economic output and job growth is generated is in cities. So that's why it can be important to look at what is going on in cities in those areas. But at the same time, that's also where really worrisome statistics about economic inequality and precarious employment, gig employment, contract, substandard employment is also growing fastest in cities. So the idea down at the bottom there, you can see it's like how to ensure that there is economic growth, harness this engine in cities, but also make sure that this is somewhat more equally distributed among workers. And then also taking a look at federal subsidies and local and state subsidies have traditionally been done with an eye toward job creation, which is great, but not necessarily done with an eye toward creating good jobs. And Amazon is the classic example where you have warehouses with a lot of part-time and contract workers. Maybe full-time workers make minimum wage and health insurance, but a lot of others make minimum wage and no benefits. And they're often located pretty far from the communities that need those kind of jobs, that need good jobs most. So in contrast to language around, for example, subsidies for Amazon, a lot of the large federal investment acts coming out of the Biden administration have included really good, according to advocates for job quality, really good language on how to make sure that the jobs created are of high quality, family sustaining wages with benefits, with wraparound services. And I won't get into the first two, but we'll take a look at the CHIPS and Science Act, and it's just also just like the scale is really huge, right? It's $280 billion to fund the semiconductor industry. I know nothing about semiconductors. I plan to learn, but I'm looking at the jobs and not what they do. But it's $39 billion in subsidies for new chip manufacturing on US soil, right? Building new plants and creating new investments. Right now they have 25 to 50 new projects in process. Not all the money's been dispersed. There's gonna be more, but there's been a couple announced already. I think Micron was just finally concretized and signed and sealed a week ago. So this is all quite recent. Global Foundries was a couple months ago. But yeah, so we'll take a look at what some of that promising language is. First, they have to, in their bid to apply for these funds, they have to include their plans for how they plan to recruit and train their manufacturing workforce and their construction workforce, because these are massive construction jobs. So They have to talk about how they're going to include those who face barriers to employment, so workers that are way out rural areas, workers that have been recently incarcerated, workers of color, women. There's not language in the CHIPS Act, but it's kind of closely implied because it's in some of the other acts, and it's a big priority of the Department of Commerce to recruit 1 million women into the construction industry, so being able to include that kind of language is seen very favorably. They have to talk about how, in their proposal for how they're going to build this plant, how they're going to provide good quality jobs as defined by the good jobs principle, which is a set of principles that was negotiated with unions, with community organizations, with worker advocates, as well as government representatives. They have to make a commitment to respect prevailing wages, and they have to, detail a plan to cooperate with unions, community, and other workforce partners. And then not only that, they also have to reveal in their bid the plan to make that detailed job quality data and those kind of commitments, how they're going to make all of that public so that any of us can go find out what is a manufacturing worker making, what are the women construction workers making. They have to make public their recruitment and training plans and their intended wages and benefits. Those then become commitments in the contract, so they have enforceability, which again, none of these things have really happened in most other federal subsidy programs. So that it's a contract violation not to live up to these promises. They are strongly encouraged to enter into project labor agreements, which is, even if you have non-union construction firms, for example, a project labor agreement means that the employer, the government, and somebody representing the workers has to sit down and lay out what are going to be the wages and benefits for the lifetime of this project at least, right? So it sort of creates, if not a union work environment, at least union scale work environments for that project. And so that language is in there. In some of the other tools, it's required. In the CHIPS Act, it's strongly encouraged. And then this is interesting, if you are requesting over $150 million, you are required to provide child care services, not only for manufacturing workers, but for all the construction workers during the building of the plant, which has just never happened. So that's all really promising. So we can take a quick look at what's been going on now. I have a feeling, everybody knows who GlobalFoundries is. It started operations, I guess, about a decade ago, a little bit more now. And so you can see the numbers for the jobs to date, right? And then they announced that they were going to be building a new fab, a new plant. And in February, they got funding from the CHIPS Act, part in grants, part in loans, for a total of $1.3 billion to expand the current fab that they have and to build a second one. And the numbers, again, of jobs are quite high that are being predicted, that 1,500 in manufacturing, or what they call direct jobs, 9,000 in construction, and I haven't seen numbers yet for what they call indirect jobs, which are all the jobs related up and down the supply line. Because the other thing that they talk about in the workforce plans is how are they going to make sure that suppliers, contractors, subcontractors also provide good jobs. So in some cases, the numbers can be really, really high in terms of the number of jobs affected. In Syracuse, things are, Micron is just now announcing that it's going to be coming into the area. The announcements have been going on for, about 2 years now, since October 2022. But the actual CHIPS investment for $6.1 billion was just announced a couple weeks ago. Some of that money will be going to Boise, Idaho. I don't know how much yet. But these numbers are also really large, right? Up to 9,000 manufacturing jobs and up to 40,000 indirect jobs, including construction. So to look at where things are, what I want to see is, so then what happens, right? What happens in Albany and Syracuse to the jobs mix and to inclusive statistics? So as a starting point, the Brookings Metro Monitor has been looking at this kind of data for decades, right? So I just pulled some statistics from them. They've built indices on growth, on prosperity, on inclusion among individuals. So how are these good jobs being distributed among the population? And then also what are the gaps that continue to exist and what's happening to those gaps between racial groups? So I won't go through all these statistics, but if you lay them out side by side, basically the takeaways from this are that Both areas to date have been performing fairly strong on prosperity indicators. Wages are going up and productivity is going up. Albany in particular is like off the charts on productivity numbers. It's top of the list for cities of this size. And they are both moving in the right direction in terms of shrinking the gap on employment rates and earnings for white and non-white workers. It is not a closed gap, I'm not saying that, but that the numbers are improving. It's also worth noting that Albany is pretty strong on job growth. Syracuse is particularly strong on closing gaps between richest and poorest neighborhoods, but both have a lot of room for improvement on overall inclusion, you know, how this growth and prosperity is distributed. So there you can see it in the charts, right? You can see that wages have gone up pretty significantly. And this is post-pandemic. This was actually a study that was released post-pandemic, so it's kind of interesting to take a look at it. And then you can also see like the top dotted lines are employment rates for white people in both cities, and then the solid line is for people of color in both cities. So again, not resolved, but moving in the right direction. So the big question, right, is how will these inclusive growth indicators change as the Global Foundries and Micron projects move forward? And I have run out of time, so I will just say very quickly that there is an example that we can look at in Tennessee where they went from having, you know, most construction jobs were paying just a little bit above the minimum wage and, you know, some sort of dismal economic opportunities to under a similar act, you know, 3,000 construction jobs reaching 6,000. They have a PLA, they have union pay scales insured, they have healthcare. In these wage rates of like $21 an hour are not only going to construction workers, but for example, the housekeepers that are cleaning the trailers for construction projects, right? All the sort of peripheral jobs are also required to follow this. And they're hiring locally, which is another thing that often happens with these projects is they'll bring, you know, the union, basically folks will move there for those jobs, but the local community is kind of left out. And so that's something that they're trying to watch for in Tennessee. And then the other one, and then this is, I really am wrapping up after this, is Syracuse. Micron hasn't even started construction yet, but they have taken some pretty concrete steps to make sure that they will fulfill this childcare requirement, right? They're sitting down with local community providers, various community organizations and networks of providers to start addressing the supply side of providing good childcare, and they're joining some like New York statewide coalitions to address this matter, which is one of those things that could be a spillover benefit for like the entire state, not just the employees of Micron. So, you know, in a perfect world, these could mean good jobs and positive benefits that are not typical like economic growth success stories, but more success stories that mean that large numbers of historically disadvantaged or vulnerable communities also can benefit from these projects. But again, we have to see how it unfolds. We have to see what happens with current administrations, what's going to happen if the elections change, who's making some of these decisions, right? There's a lot of things to take a look at. But my plan is to just, for as long as I'm allowed to, follow the statistics and do a longitudinal study, maybe start doing some worker interviews and do them over time once there are workers in both places, and see how this unfolds and see if these can be, you know, could be a nice little pilot project for future projects. So I'm sorry I ran over, but.
No problem. Great, thank you so much. So now I'd like to welcome Elizabeth Jack, who is, and her presentation on using research to improve supporting undocumented students across the State University of New York. Welcome.
Thanks so much. Glad to be here. Thank you all so much for your time and attention. Really appreciate it. As our moderator shared, my name is Elizabeth Jack. I'm an assistant professor at the University at Albany. I'm also a Nathan Fellow here at Rockefeller. So it's my privilege to share with you some ideas about how to improve supporting undocumented students across the State University New York system. So in the 10 minutes I have here, I'm going to briefly just share some key terms and some framing, as well as some background for these issues, particularly related to the state of New York and SUNY. And I have 5 key recommendations that I want to walk through with you all on this issue. So in terms of what I mean by undocumented, so the definition of an undocumented individual is someone who entered the United States either without legal inspection or overstayed their visa. So immigration policy and its enactment can be interpreted by educators and leaders to be more exclusive or inclusive. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in terms of the context of the state of New York. The other piece I want to mention, especially given a presenter we had earlier today regarding the migrant crisis, a lot of the work that I've been doing and involved in is thinking about undocumented students in terms of those that have been in the United States for a while, known as the 1.5 generation. So sometimes these are individuals who came as minors, really young, attended K-12 school in the United States, and then sometimes even when applying for college, it's only when students need to fill out the FAFSA, they find out they don't have a Social Security number, they're actually not a citizen, they're undocumented, right? So by no means is this a monolith. There's lots of different scenarios, but sort of the focus of my work today is thinking about this 1.5 generation. So often there's a dire picture painted for undocumented students in the United States. So even though the 1982 Plyler versus Doe Supreme Court case basically ensured that minors have access to K-12 education, right? So regardless of legal status, minors need to attend school. There's a lack of federal policy for students' pursuit of higher education, right? There's no consolidated federal answer for how to go about this. So some of you may be familiar with Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, or DACA, from the Obama administration, which is an executive order. That only applied to certain individuals who met certain requirements. So again, while that was an important piece, there still are many individuals that fall outside of that. So other piece with this is that there's lots of different rules by states, systems, and institutions within higher education, right? So here in New York, we have a State Dream Act. More on that in a moment. I've been in New York for 2 years. Previously, I was in Wisconsin, where in-state tuition for undocumented students was repealed by the governor in 2011. So again, we have a really different scenario, right, based on where a person is located. This also can really vary for an individual based on their family status. So legal status is not necessarily the same for all individuals within a nuclear family or within a household. So this dire lens can be flipped if we look at research that is really focused on a more asset lens. So the idea to reclaim the narrative for immigrant and minoritized status. A colleague of mine at University at Buffalo has done some work on DocuJoy. So how do we reframe this narrative in terms of how these individuals bring assets and knowledge and skills to their pursuit of higher education? Just a full disclosure, I identify as a white woman born in the United States with citizenship privilege. The reason why I'm interested in this work is, as a higher education practitioner and scholar, is to really think about how do we create more inclusive access and spaces for all constituent groups within higher education, as higher ed was originally built for rich white guys. So here in the state of New York, the Higher Education Immigration Portal estimates that there's 30,000 undocumented students in post-secondary education right now. So that means that there's about 7,000 undocumented students graduating from New York high schools annually. Given the fact that there's a lot of talk in higher education about declining enrollments in New York and other states, we have this enrollment cliff coming. We need to really be aware of people that are already here and that want to pursue higher education. So the Senator Jose Peralta New York State Dream Act provides state tuition and state support for eligible students. So I'm not going to go through the fine print here, but again, this is for certain individuals that either have spent a certain amount of time in New York or participated in the New York education system in certain ways. So again, this is really important key legislation, and not all the money is being used, so we need to get the word out. The State University of New York system has a history of being open and inclusive, right? So in 2017, the Board of Trustees provided a memo of support. In 2022, there was a memo regarding temporary protected status, which is a federal status for individuals from certain countries. The SUNY policy on the establishment of residency for tuition purposes also, while it has a lot of legalese, there are provisions for individuals of varying legal status to be able to pursue their higher education here in New York. The SUNY welcome page, while there's all these different types of students, right, there is a page for undocumented students. So this parlays into the 5 recommendations, right, that research sort of already illustrates what are some good practices, what can we do to be more inclusive. So as many of you know, FAFSA is a key way for students to have ways to finance their pursuit of higher education, right? So FAFSA requires a social security number, and so being able to include financial aid information that is both FAFSA and the State DREAM Act is really important. Here in New York, SUNY Chancellor King recently co-authored an op-ed that is emphasizing the importance of requiring high school students to fill out either the FAFSA or the New York State DREAM Act. So with the budget passing, that actually has passed, which is really great. So further efforts by institutions should include the FAFSA and New York State DREAM Act. California already does this. And again, it's just more inclusive, right, in terms of how do we get this information to students and their families. There also is national private funding for undocumented students' pursuit of higher education through dream.us. So again, this is only for certain individuals with undocumented status if they meet certain criteria. However, if institutions have signed on to dream.us with a memorandum of understanding, which basically states how undocumented students are going to have support through admission, financial aid, and advising, the City University of New York has a large number of institutions that have signed on to this. Within SUNY, Albany, Farmingdale, and Old Westbury have signed on. There's 64 institutions. How do we get more on board? Research has also shown that hiring dedicated staffing to focus on undocumented immigrant student issues matters. So really making the investment because as others have shared today, this is a really evolving and dynamic landscape. So the City University of New York has a dedicated office to this support. And that really parlays into this next piece, was offering routine training to frontline institutional agents. So my own work at my present institution and elsewhere, faculty and staff really want to do the right thing, but sometimes they're afraid because they feel like they don't have the knowledge or the skills or the expertise. And so only with actual investment, right, can we then train people that are working directly with students to help improve this. So research on undocumented and documented status competency offers a way to make sure that individuals demonstrate the awareness, knowledge, and skills to better support these students. Finally, this visual is a little bit outdated, but actually creating physical space for immigrant and undocumented student centers also really matters. So California has actually created a requirement for this. So you can see that's why they're in the outlier here with 46. So while this visual is a little outdated, we can see that there's lots of places, both blue and red, right, that are doing this work. So in terms of the investment in a physical space for students, research shows that this really matters in terms of students feeling like they belong if there's actually physical space for them. And this adheres with many other student groups within higher education over the past decades. When we think about the impact of things like women's centers, LGBTQ centers, Black student unions, Indigenous student space, Hispanic and Latinx student space, actually having physical space for these students shows that they are part of the campus, and this is an investment that really matters. So New York, the fact that it has a State DREAM Act, the fact that there's investment in this already, the State University of New York system has a history of demonstrating support for undocumented students' pursuit of higher education, and so I think we're really well positioned to continue to lead on that. Given this is an ever-changing landscape, there's court cases going on as we speak. This landscape is going to continue to change, particularly in a presidential election year. So I think now is the time to invest, and we can really make a difference in terms of supporting these students. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'd now like to welcome our final speaker for this session. This is Caitlin Stack-Whitney on the limited evidence that public school districts compost cafeteria food waste across New York State. Welcome.
Thank you. I noticed all of my fonts look different. So if anything gets cut off, hopefully I can let you know. Well, first I just want to say I'm obviously one person sitting here today, but this research is really a group effort that includes several student collaborators, and it's our last week of classes at RIT right now, so I couldn't bring them all here with me, but it's really important to name and thank all of them. So thank you to Cass, Madeleine, Jordan, Rhodey, Maddie, and Lauren. And additionally, this work is part of and supported by an NSF-funded Convergence Network grant, so people all over the US are working together on a project called Multi-Scale Recipes. And Recipes stands for Resilient, Equitable, and Circular Innovations with Partnership and Education Synergies. But everything I'm going to talk about today is views of the authors and not those of the network or the funders. So I want to talk about wasted food in New York generally and also in schools in particular. And so there's about 50 million students across the US attending public schools from preschool through high school. And students are either getting food in school directly or bringing food from home, and that could be for breakfast, lunch, snacks, etc. There's a lot of potential food waste that's showing up at school regardless of where the food is coming from, both from prep and also from food leftovers, things that students don't eat, and waste that otherwise can't be saved. And food waste is a significant portion of solid waste generally across the US and here in New York. So wasted food is estimated to be 25% of municipal solid waste that is sent to incinerators or landfills. And it's not just about the volume of waste that's sent to landfills. The EPA estimates that is a significant contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, so it's exacerbating climate change. And as you can see here on this slide, it's estimated that students generate potentially 70 pounds of food waste annually, which is a lot. That really adds up when you think about all those students. So there are steps that schools and lots of other organizations can take to address food waste. And so I want to show you, some of you may have heard there was a wasted food hierarchy. It looked a little bit like the food pyramid flipped before, but this is the EPA recently redesigned this model, and now it's called the food waste scale here. And so this is about ways that we can prevent wasted food from happening in the first place, reduce food waste, but then also manage or reclaim wasted food. So some strategies to reduce wasted food in schools involve adjusting portions, changing lunch times, or saving leftovers. So that would all be actually preferred strategies. But there is food waste that can't be prevented. So that either could come from, for example, food prep itself, or from food that kids don't eat, for example. And so composting is just one of these strategies. You can see here on this scale, it's an aerobic digestion of organic material. But so it's not better than, for example, preventing food waste in the first place, but it's the strategy I'm going to focus on for today. And so, oh no, anyway, everything looks so different, but it kind of now it's a rainbow here. I was going to say that I'm going to focus on compost today, but the reason to discuss this in general is that food waste recovery and reduction is one of the policy opportunities that local governments can take to address wasted food, as opposed to, for example, federal or state policies. We're really focused on what can local governments do here. And so this comes in part from guidance from ReFed and Harvard Law School's Food Law and Policy Clinic, and so composting can be an important part of this. And so our objective in this study was to understand if and how school districts, in public school districts, are taking steps to reduce and recover wasted food. And this is actually part of a broader examination of how local governments all across New York are using those available policy tools to recover and reduce wasted food generally. And so we presented on some of that work in a previous local government lab. Much of the work has focused on what states can do, and we've learned a lot, in part looking at the literally hundreds and hundreds of local governments across New York and some of the steps they're taking. But for today, we wanted to focus on schools. And so how exactly did we measure this? We looked at State Department of Education records to compile a list of all the existing public school districts. There are 4 different types. I can go really in the weeds with you about even how we count school districts in New York has really changed as it moves to consolidate them over time. We also compiled where they're located. So as many of you may know, municipalities may actually share a school district, so the boundaries are different than local governments themselves. We also compiled publicly available information on the number of students in each district, the number of teachers and the student-teacher FTE ratio, the grade span, the number of schools in each district, and then the population of each district itself, the number of households in each district, the median household income. And then we were also able to compile the percentage of families living below the poverty level, which percentage of families in those districts speak only English at home, and the racial demographics of those districts. So for example, we were interested in whether or not district demographics were associated with whether or not these trends we were finding. And then in terms of trying to understand whether or not these districts actually had composting practices, we were using their district websites, newsletters, board minutes, and other internet searches. And I'll explain some of the pros and cons of that approach in a second. And so big picture, what we found is that there are some districts that are composting in New York State. And so it's under 10% from the evidence that we were able to find so far. And the other big takeaway I'll just share here is that looking at our district demographic data, we did not find that any of the things I just mentioned were associated with a good ability to predict whether or not districts are composting. So for example, it is not neatly correlated with the number of schools in the district or the district population, or even, for example, the median household income. So we were originally thinking maybe it would just be, for example, wealthier areas are doing this, or bigger districts where this is a big waste problem. We are not finding that right now. The most high-profile example I could give you would be actually the New York City public school system. They have actually been implementing curbside composting and rolling it out over all of New York City public schools for years, and they are in the midst of actually finalizing that so that soon every single school in the New York City public school system will be doing that. It's been a multi-year transition. But I wanted to show you an example of a really different school district. And so in March 2017, this much smaller district implemented recycling and composting programs. And so the data from the numbers here actually comes from a 2018 Office of the State Comptroller Division of Local Government School Accountability report that was tracking actually how this move was able to save the district money and made a big impact. So this was considered a fiscal success for the district itself. But it also reveals a challenge of our sort of snap picture methodology, because it's difficult to discern whether or not those practices or savings have remained the same 5 years later for the district. We're actually not able to get a sense of that. But it does anecdotally match data that we have from other districts. So for example, a decade ago, Staten Island schools did a compost pilot. And at the time, the sanitation department generated data showing that the city was paying $93 a ton to dump waste in landfills, and composting was able to save the city $10 to $50 per ton because they're actually able to sell the resulting compost afterwards. Okay, we also found though that roughly 5% of districts were doing what we call kind of partial composting. So only part of their district is actually composting instead of it being a district-wide policy. So for example, much closer to me in Rochester, here's the Penfield School District, actually has its 4 elementary schools have compost, but not the middle or the high school at this point. And so this may indicate this is a pilot and they want to see how it goes, and maybe they will roll it out to the rest of the schools in the district, but that's not currently happening. And then the vast majority of schools, over 500, are not currently composting at all in terms of information we were able to find. And I want to point out, actually, based in talking with Laura Ravenau in the past, we were talking about why might this be, and there's a lot of potential reasons for this. One of the things Laura was reflecting back to me, right, was how many things schools are asked to do for students and the community. And so making this another thing that schools have to do could be really challenging. And that's really relevant because I note here that when we think about the recent state law change in terms of who's covered by this food donation and food scraps recycling law, K-12 are actually cut out from this. They're not required to participate in this. So for example, many colleges are implicated in this new policy, but K-12 is not right now. And so the short answer might be because they don't have to, but meanwhile it is state law that schools have to recycle, for example. But organic and food waste material is not covered by container recycling. But not composting doesn't mean there isn't interest. So anecdotally, we found many, many examples of schools that have, for example, clubs thinking about this activity or doing waste audits, incorporating it into lessons, even if they're not actually doing this in the district right now. And I do want to point out that it's very possible that our methods miss some of these districts because, as we find with local governments also, right, they have very variable websites, right, or data collection or sharing of documents. And so we might be missing districts that are making these changes. And so the next steps we're going to be taking to follow up on this are actually surveying district personnel directly to try to understand. So we started intentionally from all publicly available data. We want to send a short survey to people who work in facilities management, food service, et cetera, administration, to ask them about the steps they're taking about composting, but also whether or not they're taking any of those prevention strategies, which would really not be visible to us from the kinds of things we're looking for, and what barriers they're experiencing to taking these steps. And then to also understand how this fits within the other policy opportunities. So for example, are the districts that are composting already in the communities that we've found taking some of these other steps. So from our previous data collection on these municipalities, we found, for example, that the ones taking more steps on food waste are much more likely to be climate smart communities. And so are these school districts also in those communities, for example? So we'll see. So I will end there for now, and I'm happy to take questions or send you the nicer looking version of these slides. So
Thank you so much. So I'd now like to open the floor to questions. As a reminder, please raise your hand for the people on the Zoom so that you can use the microphone. I'm going to start by asking a general question that I think showed up as a through line through these 4 presentations, which is, this is all about implementation of very high-level ideas. Yes, everyone should compost. We should take care of undocumented students. We should have good jobs. We should have a census that accurately reflects our population. But how do you actually make that happen on the ground? And how do you know if you are effectively doing that? So I was just wondering if anyone wanted to talk a little bit about how these sort of strategies for implementation and monitoring implementation to make sure it's effective can be expanded beyond these specific topics into general policy. You know, it's just a small question.
I love that question. I think if any of us had the answer, we would have like $1 million book deal. So thank you, thank you so much for that. I think in the work that I've done, and I think including in the fellowship I've had here in the time at Rockefeller, I think I'm not sure sometimes sort of like what's the magic button, right? And I think a lot of times it's like pushing on multiple levers. So I think, for example, in the case of supporting undocumented students at the University at Albany, we have a really high FAFSA completion rate already. We're a Hispanic serving institution. We have a very diverse student body. So I think in that sense, Albany is a really great place, for example, that we signed on for Dream.us, right? So I think that's a really exciting way that the institution is sort of involved. I think sometimes in higher education, as so many sectors continue to be really affected by COVID, it's like, everybody's already has a full-time job, right? And is already like working so much. So I think it's sort of this grassroots push, right? To sort of ask for it. I mean, like in New York, the State Dream Act, like that was undocumented students pushing for that for years, right? For years and years. So I think it is very much like grassroots, right? The efforts. And at the same time, I think there needs to be a response sort of from the top down. I think investing in those decisions, right? I think in this sense, California's ahead of us, for example, on the undocumented student issue. So I think it's both, and I'd love to hear from my fellow panelists how to answer that.
I mean, you don't have to. Other questions from the audience? All right, so I want to talk. Oh, yes, excellent.
So I guess for Jack, with the undercounted in the census so my research and my focus is specifically on transgender, gender nonconforming, and non-binary students in particular. And that was a big issue with the 2020 census. So I'm curious if your research overlaps with that at all, and you have any insights or plans for how that could come back into play for the 2030 census.
I love this question. Thank you for asking it. What's really interesting that we saw in 2020, right, is that, well, if to use the behavioral economics jargon, right, to answer the census would be a true preference, right? And a true preference is something that somebody should do because it would benefit them in some way. It's the rational choice to do that, right? And so one thing that we found that ended up being very interesting is that a lot of kind of superstructure, kind of like cultural and media messaging that we saw around 2020, besides the fact that there was the COVID-19 pandemic, right, is that there was a lot of issues surrounding, for example, who was American, right? Who, how should people be categorized? And so a lot of that kind of goes into what we kind of classify as an antipathy towards government, or being upset with government, or being angry at it, right? And just by having conversations in a public space, like for example, about whether or not to include something that's not male or female, right? Or to say, to add a citizenship question, right? The fact that almost every single, media company was in some way talking about that, and that was, in our media lives, people, even if they weren't necessarily plugged into this larger, even if people didn't necessarily have a strong opinion about it, people knew about it. And so what happens is that if the census comes to collect data on somebody, and that person doesn't feel safe about what the government is going to do with that information, they're going to avoid the census, and therefore that contributes to the undercounting rates, and then people don't get their services, and then the identity of that person is, maybe dramatic, erased, right? That person doesn't exist anymore. So when, for example, we talked about redistricting, we talked about the House of Representatives losing people, or when we talk about redistricting in New York State, then the people who do not respond to the census because of who they are and their identity, then they don't exist politically, socially, and in many ways economically as well. So I think that's a really important question across a lot of different identities.
For Elizabeth, what role do you think government might have in some of these support structures for these new jobs, specifically in Syracuse and Albany? And one thing you said just brought back a little personal trauma I had. So with childcare, right? So as a consumer of Syracuse childcare, we put our daughter on childcare list 6 months before she was born, and I just got an email 2 months ago for a spot opening this summer, and she just turned 2. Right. So what is government's role in saying, hey, we want all these good paying jobs and we want millions more or hundreds of thousands more women in the workforce, but right now I can tell you Syracuse's slack is like 0. So somebody's got to be the first mover in at least, and that's just one discrete part of I think what is a very laudable policy goal.
So I adopted my son, and so I had a lot of lead time and was on waiting list for about a year before I became a parent. He was 3 and he still wasn't in childcare, so I completely hear you. I think, so part of the language in that piece of the CHIPS Act, and then also sort of, again, it keeps mentioning, the CHIPS Act doesn't say you have to do exactly X, you have to work with community partners, with, sort of stakeholders around whatever particular issue, workforce, childcare, and take information from them in setting this up. And so my understanding, and this is still unfolding, is that the language requires not just that, for example, at a manufacturing site, there is a child care center. Like, that's not necessarily what they're saying. And a lot of parents wouldn't necessarily want their kid at a manufacturing site in child care, right? There's chemicals, and there's like a lot of reasons why that may not be a good fit. For some families, yes, for some families, no. But one of the things that they're doing, for example, is setting up plans to fund and train home-based childcare providers to increase supply. I think a lot of the efforts, again, will these pan out? It's too early to say it does all this work, right? But the things that I was reading that sounded promising were things like that, where, historically it's mostly women and women of color that have home-based childcare services. So that's like an additional benefit where you could say, okay, we're gonna provide training, licensing, seed funding for, adequate spaces and insurance and, whatever, to increase the supply of childcare. And then, that is not only available to employees of Micron, let's say, but others would be able to benefit from that as well, presumably. They've also talked about setting up some kind of matching service where they sort of have a list of everything that's available, can help employees find it, because that's the other thing, right? It's really hard to just know. How do you know where a home-based childcare center is, right? There's no website with them all. There should be, but there isn't always. So I think it's really kind of getting into the nitty-gritty, I bet Micron doesn't know how to do this, and I bet the government, probably local agencies have some ideas of how to do this, but it's actually networks of childcare providers and community organizations themselves that are going to have the answer. And what I think is promising about this is it's kind of working into the plan that you're required to go talk to that group. And then you can see parallels with your workers, for example. Maybe there's not a union, but who can you talk with? Neither Global Foundries or my group has a union, so that's kind of like, I'm worried about that piece personally. But I just think, there's getting kind of closer to the ground. I don't know that the government can mandate, let there be childcare, but they can sort of say, okay, Micron, figure out this problem for your employees and talk to the people that know the answers. So that's what I'm intuiting so far answer.
Great, thank
Talk
you.
to me in a year or two. I'll let you know.
And for our last question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, Jack. This question is for you. In your research, were you able to make a determination as far as roughly a percentage of of persons that did not want to answer the census due to their immigration status, which regardless of what that was, or would that have been lumped into don't want to give my government any information, don't want to give the government any information? Just curious.
Yeah, well, yeah, in many ways, well, yes. So the census counts residents, does not count citizens. It counts every single resident for multiple reasons. In many cases for federal funding, right? Because if there are going to be programs, they're going to be serving any resident. And so what's very interesting is that there was a distrust for government, but we also saw a lot of there was a distrust for government in the sense where they didn't know where that information was going. So for example, one of the messaging that we're actually testing out now is, for example, this information will not go to Customs and Border Patrol. This will not go to ICE. That is not what the census does. But the fact that there was such a large controversy because of the citizenship question in 2020, that was on so many people's minds. And what's very interesting, and then the other part though that I would say is that actually, again, the majority is that they didn't know that it was happening and it wasn't explained to them. And because a great thing about our qualitative focus groups was that we got to talk to people who did not respond. And they said, well, if I had known, or if it had been explained to me, or I don't speak English, that would have been great. So what I will say, kind of more on a granular level, from our survey, is that every single person who was a resident and was an undocumented immigrant did not respond in person. Even though enumerators did come to count them, they responded either online or they mailed it in. So so of the people who did respond, they were willing to respond, but
Right.
not to the government official coming knocking on their door.
Okay. Yeah, and that wasn't a trick question. Obviously,
yeah,
if
yeah.
somebody doesn't answer,
Yeah.
it's hard to get that information, but you said focus groups.
Mhm.
So speaking to people who didn't answer after the census was completed, and then that information.
Exactly, and that was,
Because I know there was a big concern reading that individuals with whatever their immigration status
Mhm.
was, they were worried about answering the census.
Yeah, and we also found that
Understandable.
of the people who did respond, and we also asked them. I cut this out of the presentation, but we said, if you did respond, why do you think people didn't respond? And they said because they probably thought that they couldn't because they're a resident and not a citizen. But in fact, so the people who did respond thought that the people who didn't respond did so because of their immigration status, and the people who didn't respond said, I didn't know about it. So.
Well, thank you again to all of our panelists. We're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 2:15 with our final panel of the day, joining the crowd to create a circular construction economy through policy and practice, moderated by the Rockefeller Institute's Deputy Director of Research, Laura Rabineau. So grab a cookie.
Oh, good, okay. Hi, everyone. If you could begin to take your seats for the last panel. Thank you. All right. Thank you all. It has been such a great day thus far. I want to welcome our final panel, very much last but not least here. Joining the crowd to create a circular construction economy through policy and practice. This panel focuses on promoting environmentally friendly and socially equitable approaches to construction. The 4 presentations that we're going to hear from will encompass collaborative policy efforts, global influences on local policy development, integrating equity considerations in decision-making processes, and establishing essential infrastructure for material reuse. The aim here to foster a circular economy and promote social equity within the construction industry through these discussions. So let's begin our discussion. First, I want to welcome up Christine O'Malley, Preservation Services Director, Historic Ithaca, who will be presenting on expanding the crowd. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you very much. So I work for Historic Ithaca, which is Tompkins County's only historic preservation organization. We were incorporated as a nonprofit in 1966, and we operate an architectural salvage and reuse store in Ithaca, New York. As an organization focused on building conservation, adaptive reuse, and architectural salvage, Historic Ithaca was very enthusiastic about becoming one of the founding partners of CROWD, and CROWD stands for Circularity, Reuse, and Zero Waste Development. It's a network to work toward a more sustainable built environment around New York State, and CROWD also advocates for the environmental, cultural, and economic value of a circular construction economy. So CROWD began in 2020 in Ithaca. Our community's large student population creates a very high demand real estate market in our city. And for many years now, there's been extraordinary pressure placed on the neighborhood at Cornell University's doorstep, known as College Town. And several redevelopments have taken place there. So as a preservation organization, Historic Ithaca was very concerned about the pace of proposed demolition and teardowns. And we found others who were also concerned in these issues, especially with the destruction of the Chicona block, which you see here on the screen here. We had urged originally for its designation and rehabilitation, but that effort failed. And during this time, we connected with Cornell professor Jenny Minner, who you heard from today. And in 2019-2020, we also connected with Professor Felix Heisel, Gretchen Worth, and others interested in reuse and deconstruction. Historic Ithaca pushed for mitigation efforts at the Chicona site, including asking for the opportunity to salvage doors, windows, fixtures, wood, and other items from the building. And we did remove some of these items, but to our great disappointment, the building was very rapidly demolished in the summer of 2020, and a lot of material was lost. Our emerging group decided that this rush to salvage material highlighted a very serious problem with how demolitions were allowed to proceed in the city and the much larger issue of demolition debris. There is no official city requirement for salvage surveys or any requirement for salvage or deconstruction of buildings in Ithaca. And this event crystallized our desire to work together collaboratively, drawing on each of our strengths and skills. CROWD is composed of preservationists, planners, architects, policymakers, salvage and reuse professionals, university labs, and more. It's a movement to support building and building material reuse through preservation and deconstruction to realize environmental, social, and economic benefits. What began in Tompkins County in central New York has now expanded, and it's drawn in interested parties across the state, focusing on policy development, education and engagement, workforce development, and research and data analysis. We're also in regular conversation with build reuse groups across the nation and study other communities and their approaches to deconstruction policy. Through research and action, we've built a strong foundation, and we share information on our website, which is www.crowd.org, and that's a 0, not an O in the word crowd. I hope you will look at the resources section there for things like our glossary, alternatives to demolition, our New York State Deconstruction Resource Guide, and a Deconstruction Local Policy Guide. So why are we concerned about demolition debris, and why do we want to promote deconstruction and make it a required policy? Construction and demolition debris form a very large part of the waste stream in the United States, a very large component of our landfills, and in New York State alone account for about 19 million tons of waste. Demolition also brings with it many health risks from airborne particles. These numbers have to change and be reduced because it's estimated that approximately 80% of building materials can in fact be reused. We all now commonly accept the recycling of paper and bottles and the banning of plastic bags, the push to organic composting. So it's now time to think about the reuse and recycling of building materials. Recently, Crowd Partners offered feedback and comments to the New York State Solid Waste Management Plan to make sure that both the deconstruction and reuse of building materials are brought into the larger conversation and statewide goals. We're lucky to have our local assemblywoman, Dr. Anna Kells, and her staff in communication with us and advocating for the introduction of legislation that touches on these four main areas to activate deconstruction activities in New York State. And those areas are establishing standards for the reuse of building materials, grants to incentivize municipalities to adopt deconstruction ordinances, and modernizing the Department of Environmental Conservation CDD data collection, and create deconstruction contractor certificate programs. Deconstruction and building material reuse are also subjects of global concern and interest. So just this year in early March in Paris, at the first ever Buildings and Climate Global Forum, which is organized in part by the UN's Environment Program, representatives from 70 countries adopted the Declaration of Charlotte, including a section on construction, retrofitting, and existing assets. And these existing assets, of course, are the buildings. Prioritizing the reuse, repurposing, and renovation of existing buildings and infrastructures. So for a more sustainable future in New York, deconstruction and building material reuse will need to be widely used and accepted practices. Crowd Partners aim to work together and with others to realize this goal. I can turn things over to Gretchen next.
So I'm going to talk to you about circular construction policy to create and support a circular construction economy, and how here in New York State we don't need to reinvent the wheel. So although I'm talking about a circular economy and talking about not reinventing the wheel, I'm showing you a triangle of a reuse to waste hierarchy. And I just want to point out that although I'm going to focus on deconstruction policy, a circular construction economy includes so many different ways and interventions that we can treat our existing built environment more sustainably, which is the entire story of a circular construction economy. And so by all of these different interventions and actions, the ultimate goal is to avoid the least preferable thing at the very bottom, which is demolition and landfilling, which unfortunately is our current business as usual. So, oh dear. When it comes to a circular construction economy in New York State, although we are considered a climate leader in this country, we are very far behind the curve. There are no local governments that have adopted a deconstruction ordinance, a resolution, or even put in place incentives or actions to divert building waste from our landfills. And so Crowd realized this pretty early on when we began, that we needed some policy to support these actions toward a circular construction economy. So we have been leaning on and learning from our colleagues outside of New York State who have these policies in place and are practicing the different actions involved in the circular construction economy. So we have analyzed and collected and continue to do so resolutions, ordinances, incentives, data collection methods from all over the country, all over North America. We have, as a result,
use that information to inform our policy templates and recommendations for New York State local governments, and support local governments right now who are deconstruction curious. So what does it mean for my local government to start to get into this practice, whether it's through data collection, a resolution, or a full-blown ordinance? We also realize, of course, that we need state and federal support for the local actions of our local governments, so looking at that as well. And so fortunately, because we're behind the curve, there are so many others that we can learn from. So from a national perspective, from a state perspective, how our organizations in New York State like NICE-R3 are dealing with other material streams, down to working with our colleagues in New York City, which is somewhat of a different beast when it comes to our built environment. An increasing number of local governments across the US and North America are passing ordinances, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but I just want to run through half a dozen. Portland, Oregon, Palo Alto, California, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Boulder, Colorado, San Antonio, Texas, Vancouver, Canada. All of these municipalities have taken slightly different approaches to their deconstruction ordinances that they have put in place. And I want to also emphasize that deconstruction is an alternative to demolition. So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about deconstruction. And so some require deconstruction based on the age of the building when it was built. Some, if it's a municipally owned building. Some require it if the site is coming down entirely, doesn't matter, commercial, residential, age of the building, materials. Some do it on the basis of quantity of material based on the site of the size of the site. Regardless of their policy requirements, the goal is ultimately the same: to avoid demolition, to deconstruct, to maintain and retain the materials and put them back into the economy for reuse to benefit the economy economically, environmentally, socially. Some of these policies originated from the planning department, some from a sustainability office, some from a historic preservation office. Some of them stressed the public health and safety benefits. Some of them stressed affordable housing concerns. Some of them stressed the equity involved in deconstruction and reuse of materials. So again, different strategies, different messaging, slightly different policies, but all with the same goal of diverting all of this, what is valuable materials, becoming waste in landfills and incinerators. We also have looked to other states to really try to inform our efforts at a state level in New York State. Minnesota has been really impressively leading the way in recent years. They've piloted a number of projects with county governments, with organizations who work in the reuse sector, and just a couple of weeks ago announced a $2 million grant program that's available to anybody, really, who wants to further deconstruction through different projects, including literally deconstructing a building or research projects. EPA Region 9 is our Washington, Oregon, California colleagues, also really leading the pack in terms of deconstruction actions and incentives, as well as having a number of municipalities in these 3 states that have adopted policies. Massachusetts, Colorado as well. And so for us, looking to these states to help inform the efforts here in New York. The good news is that although we are far behind on policy, we actually have a reuse ecosystem in place in New York State. The map on the right is a reuse locator by NICE-R3. And so you can see that there's a pretty robust ecosystem of reuse, and this is reuse writ large, not specifically to building materials. Diane Cohn is going to talk about how we need more, but we don't have nothing. And then CROWD, every couple of years, creates and updates a services directory. These are service providers all over New York State and every region of the state who offer deconstruction and circular economy related services. We publish resources for local governments. As Christine noted, they're available for free for download on the CROWD site. And we are increasingly creating resources for our state policymakers and actors. CROWD is going to be releasing a deconstruction white paper in the next 6 weeks, widely available. And we also have, for instance, a draft resolution for universities to sign. Universities are large property owners. I understand SUNY owns 40% of the municipal building stock in New York State. And so getting universities to sign on to consider deconstruction rather than demolition when they have buildings that want to come down, that they need to come down, would be also really instrumental in this effort. We also realize that it's not just policy which is going to get us to a circular construction economy. And so working with other state agencies, such as Empire State Development, for their Restore New York grant, very big, well-known grant every year. This year in February, for the first time, Restore New York included language around building material diversion and reuse in new projects for the first time ever. Our 10-year solid waste management plan, issued at the end of last year, includes adaptive reuse of our buildings as a strategy to achieve a circular construction economy in New York State. And you probably can't read it, but for those of you who don't know, the solid waste management plan is called Achieving a Circular Economy Through Sustainable Materials Management. So DEC is on board to some degree. We also review county solid waste management plans, those decisions about where municipalities are sending their material streams happens at the county. The county is a very important part of all of this puzzle to create a circular construction economy. And then I want to circle back around to Anna and also this idea of not reinventing the wheel. As we continue to rely on efforts by our colleagues outside of New York State, we have been working with Anna and her team for the past couple of years on drafting legislation and supporting their efforts to draft and introduce legislation. So as Christine mentioned, this year there are 4 pieces of legislation that Anna and her Senate colleague, Brian Kavanaugh, will be introducing. The first piece, establishing standards for the reuse of building materials, has already been introduced in both the House and the Senate. In talking to Anna, we have a pretty good understanding of her priorities legislatively and also her timeline for those over the coming years. And we hope that we've been helpful in being able to support those efforts. So for instance, when we talked about being able to take reused, reclaimed material and use those in new construction, right now the New York State Building Code does not permit that. But we were able to say, Washington and Oregon are 2 of the only states where that can happen right now because of code amendments that they've made, and supported, sending her those documents from Washington and Oregon. The language in her bill that she's introduced is taken almost directly from the language in the state of Washington's code amendment, and so because we're behind the curve, we need to speed up our work here. And so that's the kind of thing that can be obviously really helpful to teams that are drafting policy whether at a local or state level. And so for 2024, we are hopeful that although we have no local governments at the moment who've adopted an ordinance or policy or a resolution, we hope that we will soon be seeing some of those local adoptions. There will continue to be state policy introductions at the state legislature. We hope that you will support these efforts, and we hope that you will stay tuned as New York State moves from behind the curve to the front of the curve on a circular construction policy.
Great, thank you so much. Next, we're going to have 2 presenters together on embodied carbon and embodying justice. Jocelyn Poe, Provost New Faculty Fellow and Visiting Assistant Professor of City and Regional Planning at Cornell University, and Jennifer Minner, Associate Professor of City and Regional Planning and Director of the Just Places Lab at Cornell.
Great, thank you. It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much for inviting us to speak here at the Rockefeller Institute of Government. It's a real pleasure to talk about our crowd collaborations. I think this has been one of the most important collaborations in my career, and I want to talk to you about a new resource that has been developed in partnership with Crowd and Dr. Jocelyn Poe and the Carbon Neutral Cities Alliance, which approached me and us to produce something that relates to justice and equity and carbon neutrality. So the Carbon Neutral Cities Alliance is a nonprofit that works globally. They work with cities from Amsterdam to Yokohama, Melbourne, New York City, and they approached us about creating a resource. I also want to acknowledge the work of Maya, Ash, and Medha, who are researchers in my Just Places Lab. The Just Places Lab is a platform for research and creative action centered on memory, imagination, and the just care of places. And the participation and co-authorship with Dr. Jocelyn Poe of the Reparative Praxis Lab, which is another lab within the Department of City and Regional Planning at Cornell. And the Circular Construction Lab led by Professor Felix Heisel, which is within the Department of Architecture, also at Cornell, and Gretchen Wirth with the Susan Christofferson Center for Community Planning, and the many other crowd partners and CNCA members who reviewed a draft of this guide and workbook. So I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Poe.
So the CNCA had a good understanding of how cities and organizations were thinking about opportunities and policies around embodied carbon. However, there were very few resources that integrated social justice with embodying carbon strategies, or that centered justice completely when we talk about carbon neutrality strategies. The purpose of this project was to create a guide and workbook for local governments and community organizations seeking to center justice and equity in their work towards building carbon neutral futures. In it, we offer embodying justice as a framework to develop, evaluate, and support justice practices in waste and circularity. Okay, to do this, we've organized this guide and workbook into 3 parts. The first part focuses on understanding injustices and defining embodying justice. The second applies the embodying justice framework to waste and circularity strategies. And the third provides practice stories and resources. So I'll just go through a summary of what's in the first part. So we define embodying justice as a continuous process that recognizes and remedies past and present harm within the built environment while working towards just futures. Justice has been co-opted to mean so many things. It's become a buzzword in the last few years, and has represented anything from diversity to equity. And so we wanted to root this embodying justice framework in these guiding justice principles. We believe justice is reparative. It makes right what has been wronged in the past. It's fair. It's concerned with the just distribution of benefits and burdens, the equitable distribution. So equity sits in this kind of idea of justice as fair. It's community driven. It's inclusive. It's not something that is derived by one organization or one person, but it is a collective experience. And it's placed, so it is local. Justice looks very different here in New York than it does in Mississippi because it's responding to the local context. And then it's not a singular endpoint. It's not something that can be achieved, whether it is a process and a practice that we carry on in our everyday policy-making strategies and decision-making that we do on a daily basis. The Embodying Justice Framework honors the pervasive nature of injustices, encouraging practitioners and policymakers to consider a more comprehensive approach as it applies these principles of justice to 5 domains: community impacts, economic impacts, labor and workforce, historical context, and community engagement and involvement. It's important to note that while this framework is organized by areas of impact, these domains are inherently interrelated and their boundaries are not fixed. They serve as guidelines to organize discussions around justice in ways that move from a singular focus to a systematic approach. So we then applied this framework that we developed through systemic analysis to strategies in waste and circularity. This workbook is designed to be used alongside the CNCA's city policy framework for dramatically reducing embodied carbon, and also with the life cycle assessment framework to expand the tools cities use to develop a more just built environment. But it can also be used independently as cities and organizations aim to implement waste and circularity strategies. As a workbook, it is meant to be applied to the local context and consider local stories and populations as the questions for each strategy prompts users to think through just implications for each strategy. The workbook is divided into 3 topics. First is alternatives to demolition, and so you have a list of strategies under each of the 3. Second is resource management, and the third is new construction. So this is a workbook sample. It gives you a glimpse of how it's set up. So we have an overview of each of the strategies, then a set of questions that guide you through the framework, that's the linear part, and a place where you can take notes and kind of make it local and apply it to your local context. So I'll turn it back over to Jeannie to...
Thank you. So moving forward, as you can see on the left side of the screen, there is a sort of crosswalk between the Embodying Justice Framework and the CNCA policy framework, which you may also want to take a look at. It has 52 policies for dramatically reducing carbon, and the W's represent different policies within just a small portion, actually, of that document focused on circularity and waste. Then on moving to the right side of that table, there's a life cycle assessment framework. This is a framework that is often used by architects and preservationists that represents the full life cycle of buildings and the built environment, from extraction of materials to creation of buildings to construction sites, onto their use, and then either eventual disposition in a landfill or cycling back to be continue to be used. On the right side of the screen here, you see another page that represents building maintenance, preservation, and refurbishment. This is in the alternatives to demolition portion or set of strategies. And you can see the building reuse to waste hierarchy that was referenced earlier. So that component, the alternatives to demolition, represents the first 3 of those most preferred sets of strategies, preferred even above or above recycling and landfilling. Okay, again, on the right side, you see a representation of one of the pages from resource management. So this includes material reuse and distribution, recycling, and thinking through demolition as well. And you can see here some of the questions that local governments and community organizations can ask themselves when thinking about different strategies and programs that they have. So here you can see, for instance, the question, how are the interests of local communities and priority populations identified and their needs and values assessed in the material reuse and distribution strategies, and a series of more in-depth considerations, and then a coding of the different J's that it relates to. So if you're interested, for instance, as a local government, first about the economic impacts and labor and workforce, then you would take a look at the J2s and J3s. And of course, we recommend you look through all of them. And then I've run out of time, but we'll briefly mention, take a look at the pathways to embodying justice. This includes practice stories you see here 2 examples, one from the city of San Antonio that has to do with Rehab-A-Rama and access to rehabilitation services and supports, and on the right side, Esperanza Peace and Justice Center, which is working towards preservation in the historic west side of San Antonio and is partnering with university partners to understand code violations and demolition orders, and looking at whether there's racial bias associated with patterns in those demolitions, and other examples of important programs and strategies from other community-based organizations from Baltimore to Minneapolis. So thank you.
Thank you all. And finally, our 4th presentation comes from Diane Cohen, Chief Executive Officer of Finger Lakes Reuse, on hubs and exchanges, a statewide comprehensive materials reuse system.
Great, thank you. Last but not least, right? Really honored to be here on this panel and to be talking at the local government lab today. I have the unique I've had a unique career where our county asked me to help plan and then for the last 16 years run this independent nonprofit to help reduce waste through reuse. So I have kind of a unique lens. One thing I didn't get training on is how to embed my fonts in a presentation. So, so we're a 501c3 charitable nonprofit. Our county leadership felt like they needed to have an independent, they didn't want to have liability for our activities, so they wanted us to have some freedom, and that's been really exciting because while we started with a waste reduction charge, we knew that was what we wanted to do, we quickly realized that the social and economic impacts are also profound in what we're doing. So our mission statement is based on the triple bottom line in business, the people, planet, profit concept, to enhance community, economy, and environment through reuse. And our founding goals, because the mission is kind of broad and amorphous, our founding goals are more clearly to reduce waste, relieve poverty, and teach skills through reuse activities. And our vision is of a just, resilient, and waste-free world that values people and resources. A couple of the things that we are really demonstrating and that I'm excited to share with other communities is the opportunity for workforce engagement. The sense of engagement that happens in our reuse environment is really powerful. And also the sense of, or the opportunity for connection that happens, whether you're coming in to shop or talk about your project. There's just a lot of conversation in our very busy reuse centers. So I just think that that's something to be considered as other communities hopefully look to adopt more of this activity. We sell a huge variety of materials. When we first were planning what we were doing, we did a bunch of surveys. We actually planned for about 2.5 years. So I'm going on my 19th year of being involved in this project, actually. So in the surveys, the results that we got, what would motivate you to reuse, to donate materials if you're a business or a college student or whoever, a homeowner, convenience was the #1 kind of resounding response, and affordability was in order for people to purchase or acquire materials. So the convenience side, we're doing everything. Furniture, household goods, and building materials is what we started with, and then we added computers and electronics, and then added clothing, books, and textiles and shoes later on. But my passion, I came out of the building materials. I ran an architectural salvage program where Christine works now, and I did that for 8 years, which kind of built my relationship with the county. And the value of materials in buildings is really astounding. And the opportunity for people to build skills and build community in the process is really fantastic in the action of deconstruction. I believe this is a Cornell student working with one of our crew members here, pulling up some flooring. She's now the deputy director of Tompkins County Recycling Materials Management, Kat McCarthy, using that's a pneumatic denailer. She's wearing safety glasses. It's a really fun activity, and you can have group volunteer events or training activities. We were doing a project in Cortland County, we helped Cortland Reuse get up off the ground. They're independent from us, but they are now operating a reuse center. So we deconstructed a house as a demonstration project this summer of 2020. And the J.M. Murray Center, which works with people with disabilities, were desperate for opportunities for people to do something. And so we had some outdoor activities. So these are people with disabilities helping us denail. We were so grateful for their help. It's really a fantastic experience. We've had a job training program going for, I think, a little over a decade now. All sorts of skills can be taught and learned in the reuse environment. I'm not even sure what that slide was, but but here's some packaged materials that came out of a deconstruction job. Really high quality, wonderful material. It has lots of value, and usually sells really quickly once we bring it back to our place. We've been winning awards and have been recognized by various entities since we've started. The EPA and the DEC, those were several years ago. Really proud of our Recovery Friendly Employer of the Year award that we got a couple of years ago. And then we, in 2020, we expanded in 2020, which wasn't the direction that everybody was going with COVID happening, but I guess it was 2021. In our Ithaca Journal Readers Poll, we won Best Department Store, beating out our Target and Kohl's were the runner-ups. And we've gotten Best Thrift Store for a number of years. I talked about convenience and affordability as our strategies. Last year, we did $2.4 million in merchandise sales. We operate 2 reuse centers. They're about 5 miles apart in Tompkins County. One's in Ithaca and one's just outside the city limits. Our growth has been driven by public engagement that's in the form of donation drop-offs. I'm not sure if I say it, but we're averaging, last week we were averaging about 175 vehicles a day coming and bringing us material. Started with 7 employees in 2008, and now we have 80, and we pay a living wage, we pay health benefits, and we just started a retirement plan a little over a year ago. We had 19 paid apprentices go through our job training programs, and we were able to connect them to 8 permanent jobs outside of our organization. That was last year. We also give materials away. We've done it informally, but I think in 2017 we started more formally piloting a program where we tried to figure out how to make it easy on our human service agencies in town. Having some empathy that social service workers are very harried. So we set up a very simple MOU that the executive director of that organization signs, and they authorize certain workers to be able to fill out an application on behalf of their clients. It's a trust-based system. The client never has to touch any paperwork. The social worker fills out a very simple form, says, I have a client, they're in this situation. And we are usually within 24 hours able to put that client's name with a store credit attached to it at both of our locations, and they have 60 days to use it. Last year, $119,000 of that was used, and it benefited over 800 households. And then we also provided materials for another 32 nonprofit and community organizations, whether it's a theater group or a film shoot or, fill in the blank. We have an enormous abundance of materials, so we're happy to give it away, even though we actually have been losing money the last 2 years, just a little bit. This year, our budget's $4.3 million. We haven't gotten our audit back, but probably we're around $100,000 shortfall last year. And we reinvest all of our revenues into growth, so we're still trying to find balance in this growth and keep our workers safe. So last year we were 77% self-supporting through sales and services, and then almost another 10% were through government contracts, and then the balance is individual giving and foundation support. We received nearly 50,000 vehicle donations last year. Like I said, last week we're up to 175 a day, and we're just about to enter the busy season. So that growth has just been continuing each year, and that's been trying to figure out how to keep our workers safe in that environment has been really challenging. our reuse centers are busy, so averaging more than 500 transactions at the cash register each day. It's a lot of people in a county of 100,000, and 30,000 of those are college students. And what we're wanting to do, we thought that when we called ourselves Finger Lakes Reuse because we thought we might have a geographic spread beyond Tompkins County. We thought that helping get a reuse center open in each county would be sufficient. We are demonstrating that 2 reuse centers, 80 employees is not sufficient. We are now renting 2 warehouses, and those are overwhelmed. So we're looking at a different model, which I'll tell you about in 45 seconds. So we know that the other options are either to bury or to burn them. Gretchen already talked about the solid waste management plan and the local plans. That's where the authority is of how to manage waste is in the local plans. So, the Capital District has a waste authority, and taking a look at that, 42.2 million tons is what we wasted in 2018. That's equal to, I think, 77,000 SUVs a day in terms of weight and volume. How we transport waste is incredibly inefficient. This is what we've exported. This is what we've imported. It's just, this is all in the DEC's solid waste management plan. And so our idea is to get stuff captured at the local level. So, I'm out of time, so I have to wrap this up. But we published with some Cornell student help a economic impact analysis of Finger Lakes Reuse in Tompkins County. So there's some data there to help inform a grant application if you're from a local community that wants to try to apply to get some support. I'll skip that. Consumption is up. I don't know if anyone's noticed. And this is a picture of our operations. This is just the overwhelm. This is 2020, right after we reopened after COVID. The clothing that came at us. This is our drop-off donations last year. Really overwhelmed. We've got a local organization, Zero Waste Ithaca, that in spite of our efforts being there 7 days a week, in spite of one of the largest college move-out collections and then sales that Cornell University has, one of the largest ones in the country, the dumpsters are still overflowing with valuable, marketable, in-demand materials. So what does a better system look like? Everyone can be involved in this, and it's a multidisciplinary effort. Been kind of pitching this to Cornell University as well. But what we're envisioning is a system of an exchange is like a reuse center like ours, or a thrift store like Goodwill, or an online marketplace. So we need many of them. And that map that Gretchen showed, or Christine, that we do already have an ecosystem, but it's not sufficient. And so local governments looking at what they could set up in terms of physical reuse infrastructure, which is warehouses and retail outlets. And the hub is this larger working warehouse. Right now we have 2 storage warehouses where we're sending stuff out by tractor trailer load into other markets. But in these hubs, they are workforce development opportunities. We could be preparing materials for local and regional markets. There's such an enormous volume of this material. We have an Appalachian Regional Commission grant to help provide technical assistance to other communities. And that deliverable is at the end of this year. So again, if other communities are interested, capturing these materials, not paying for them, keeping them in your economies, we want to be helpful. Almost every community has this type of infrastructure available. And thank you for listening today.
Thank you so much. We'll now move into the question and answer portion and take questions from the audience. One of our colleagues will be walking around with a mic, so please, especially for the benefit of those on live stream, speak into the mic and wait for that microphone to ask your question. I guess I'll start us off. You all noted the state is moving through its solid waste management plan, and that there's an opportunity for localities to also adopt best practices into their own plans. And I'm wondering if you could speak to what some of those best practices are in your experience and how they can start incorporating those more readily.
I think there's a long way to go in what I've seen in the local solid waste management plan. The state's is finalized, it was published. And then on the DEC's website, you can see where your local solid waste management plan is. They've moved into they used to be 20-year, now they're 10-year. Our plan, both the New York State's and our local plan, had lots of language about reuse and recycling. Often they're in the same sentence, but it didn't end up, didn't manifest into a lot of investment in that, or intentional focus on that. I think most local municipalities don't even have any idea how much authority they have around this. And I also think that there's a problem with they're kind of addressing the waste industry and how waste is handled, but there's this whole economic development opportunity, which I'm not sure the waste industry should be trying to develop. So I think there's some infill and a layer above the waste system that needs to be developed, and I'm not sure where that should live. So I'm not sure if the answers are in the solid waste plan. Things could be prevented, materials, reusable materials or types of reusable materials could be banned, but you have to have the infrastructure. So I think taking a step to pilot things is a step in the right direction.
Great, thank you. Jennifer?
Yeah, I guess I would add it's the reduction in the waste stream that's really important for local governments to think about. And I'm here as a planner and also a preservationist. I think preservation is a component of reducing the C&D waste that is generated through efficient use of our existing building stock. So I think that's a really important component. I think also thinking about how we design buildings, and local governments can be a real innovator, first by using their existing building stock, second when they build new innovative structures, not only going for LEED, platinum or whatever, but thinking about reclaimed materials within that. And then of course we're really focused also on deconstruction and reuse. And you know, very soon I hope we will see a resolution by the City of Auburn that shows a real interest and commitment to deconstruction and reuse in their community, and hopefully that will translate to local government innovation across New York State. So I'm really excited and hopeful there.
Great. We'll take that hope with us. Other questions from the audience? Yes.
Do I need to wait for him?
Yes, he's coming. Thank you.
Diane, I'm really impressed with your numbers. And given the team of people here from Tompkins, and I used to live in Tompkins, is there a way you can package your model? Or do you think, in a case kind of way, that would be helpful to other either counties or communities in New York? Or do you think, no, it's Tompkins County, and we're different and we're unique, and there's just that plethora of organizations that are behind this kind of stuff. Just wondering what you think about that.
Yeah, I've definitely I've gotten feedback over the years in a couple different things. Oh, well, this works in Ithaca, right? This works in Ithaca. And the other thing is, oh, it's working because we opened in 2008 and the economy was down, and it worked. Reuse works in a good economy and a bad economy. It's both swings of the pendulum impact our sales in a positive way. We've been doing nothing but growing since we started. And also, when we first opened, we were kind of in the northern part of Tompkins County in Lansing, and we noticed that we used to track, when we were getting fewer donations, we used to track much greater detail about where our donations came from. Some of our most generous donors were coming from Cortland County. They wanted to do the right thing. And Cortland Reuse, which opened, I think in 2021 or 2022, they've already moved, they've already doubled in size. So they're in a smaller, rural, more conservative county. So I think the location doesn't matter, and I think that it's pretty popular, not just across the political spectrum, but the economic spectrum. It's a very engaging activity that's very popular People want to do the right thing with their stuff. They want to see that it's not getting wasted. That's kind of universal if it's made easy. But thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Other questions?
I'm wondering with building materials, I know with normal recycling, there's a certain amount, depending on how it's set up, of work the consumer has to do to sort things out. When you're talking about building materials, do you just accept everything and do the sorting yourself? There must be some things that aren't usable that belong in the trash, perhaps. Or
A very good practice, which you don't even really need policy to do. So in terms of local policy, anyone who has adopted a local policy has recommended a phased approach before you may even get to the policy part. And source separation at deconstruction sites is one of the key factors. And so put the wood in that bin and put the glass in that bin and put the brick in that bin. And so that's really critical to the effort to then reuse the materials. If many of us here have been to a transfer station, which is the first point where a lot of this material ends up. At that point, it's called mixed C and D, and it's just everything. And you can't, I mean, you kind of physically can't separate it, but legally also you're not allowed to go, once it hits the transfer station floor, you're not allowed currently to go in and pull it apart anyway. So source separation at the site is the key factor.
Yeah, because we accept such a wide variety of materials, and right now, because we really want the public to be engaged, but we're so overwhelmed. We're looking at, could we put a smaller filter that invites the donor to contribute to like pre-sorting stuff. So instead of throwing 7 different categories of things into one box or bag, could we get all the clothes in one bag and the shoes in a different bag and certain things in a box? We don't accept lumber that's donated to us with nails in it. We just don't have the capacity to denail it when it arrives. But I'm hoping as we grow and having a hub, maybe a contractor could just dump their trailer of naily boards, and we have a workforce that's set up undercover in a conditioned space with their denailers and their safety glasses and their training, and they just are denailing wood so yeah, having containers on the site. The nature of deconstruction, to make it efficient, is you go through and the first thing you do is you pull all the fixtures. So you're pulling like items, and it's easy to package. You pull all the light switch fixtures and you put those in a bucket. You pull all the hardware, you pull all the doors, and so it kind of, if you're doing it as a service, it comes out in order. And then as the materials become more bulk, like Gretchen says, having site separation, there are companies, I've seen it in Colorado, where they have divided roll-offs where something goes in one section, something goes in another. So
Great, thank you. I didn't think I was going to spend my Friday thinking about pneumatic denailers, but now it's really
fun. It's fun work.
Yeah. Thank you. Any final questions?
I guess I'd add one other thing to that last response or question. There is a white paper that we mentioned earlier that will be released, I think, sometime in completed sometime in May and shared later on. And that has a breakdown by different types of building materials and the amount of economic value that's really lost by tossing those into landfill, or even recycling relative to reclaiming and reusing the material. So that's broken down by different types.
We look forward to reading that. Sounds wonderful. All right, well, I want to thank all of our final panelists for today for all of their work here and more broadly. Thank you so much. And I want to thank our audience for joining us today. And I'll now invite up Bob Magna. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm going to let everybody go early so that we can all go home on this lovely Friday and enjoy the weather. So thank you all for coming. Have a great day.